Okay, good to go.
Thank you. Good morning. And good morning all. This is a bit imprecise because I believe that in addition to the personnel of the meeting, we welcome members of the council, other members of the council and members of the public who have tuned in to watch today's events. My name is Mike Shellens. I'm a county councillor from Huntingdon and I chair this Audit and Accounts Committee of Cambridgeshire County Council. And I've called this extraordinary meeting of the committee because the findings of the report into the tenancy of the Manor Farm Girton, the meeting is into the findings of the report into the tenancy of the Manor Farm Girton. This farm forms part of the council's extensive estate. Decisions will be made this morning by the 7 county councillors who form this committee. The first the first thing that we need to do is to roll call the members of the committee who are going to take place in this important decision. May I start with Councillor Bates?
Present, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Councillor Hudson?
Present, Chair.
Councillor Maguire?
Here, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers?
Present, Chair.
Councillor Williams?
Good morning, present, Chair.
Councillor Wilson?
Present, Chair.
And myself, Councillor Mike Shellens. Dawn, is it reasonable to assume that we have no apologies?
We have apologies from Councillor Wells. We've got Councillor Bates substituting.
Right, yes, sorry, I'd forgotten. That's a long-standing one. And may I ask whether there are any declarations of interest? Right, I see no declarations of interest. So the first question that we have before us is whether or not this is to be a closed private session or one that is public and would be available on YouTube. It's an important decision as this subject has aroused a lot of interest, more recently some press interest. Whether we reach the heights of an entry in private eye is something that we'll have to wait and see later. Members, what views do you have on this issue? Mr. Wilson, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I think there are aspects of the Mazars report that can be considered in public. We've had legal advice, including from council, that there are certain aspects where it would be inappropriate for details to be in the public domain at this stage. And therefore, I would suggest that the section with the 31 recommendations regarding the County Farms Audit Management Action Plan, right at the end of our bundle, should be considered first in public, and then we go into private session.
Councillor Williams.
I second that, Chair.
Do I have any dissenting voices from that proposal? Councillor Bates. I can't hear you, Ian, you're muted.
Apologies, Mr. Chairman, I cannot support that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we better have a vote. So let us have a vote. And Dawn, will you take a tally, please? Councillor Bates, you're against the proposal to move to deal with
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm opposed to all of the documents which are all in the possession of all members of this committee should be dealt with in private. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you. Understood. Councillor Hudson.
I think we should all consider very carefully, Chair, the advice we got from both our solicitors this morning and advice from a barrister at law this morning they advised that the whole thing should be in private for the reasons they gave, legal reasons, including the safety from personal litigation for members of this committee. And then for us to decide at the end of the meeting what should go out. So we could decide at the end of the meeting to publish this annex, and that's what I would prefer to do. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Maguire. Mac, I've lost you.
Sorry, Chairman, I am here, but can you hear me?
We can indeed, loud and clear.
Okay, I'm glad of that because I missed the end part of what Councillor Wilson was saying, but just having listened to Councillor Hudson, I'm inclined to go the same route as Councillor Hudson and say that at the end of the meeting, we should decide what part of it can be made public, and therefore I will vote against the proposal, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers.
That's the proposal.
Yeah, understood, Matt. Councillor Rogers.
I've considered this very carefully, Chair, and I appreciate that individuals discussed and matters arising from this particular set of papers have a high degree of confidentiality. Also, is it a question of human rights? And also there's a question of data protection. And also there's a question of employment legislation. But on the other hand, there is a question, and it's a very important question, and that's freedom of information. We've had our legal briefing this morning, and in essence, I can understand why the three previous councillors have decided to vote against this proposal. However, I think as a council, we have a duty to be as open as we possibly can to members of the public. And I feel it only right that we allow public information or access to information which doesn't fall under those 4 freedoms, as I call them, that I previously mentioned. Therefore, I'm voting for this proposal.
Thank you, Terry. That was clear. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Well, having also heard the legal advice this morning, I believe that there is no reason not to discuss the 31 recommendations in public. And I believe it is our duty to actually do this in public for the 31 recommendations that have been made, for no other reason than to show that we do take this very seriously and we want to take action as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Wilson.
Well, as I propose the discussion in public of the management action plan, I'm voting in favour of it.
Thank you. And because I believe in as much transparency as possible, so am I. Dawn, can you give me the adding up results of your fingers, please?
Well, we've got 3 votes against the proposal and 4 votes in favour of having the 31 recommendations in public. So it's in favour of having it in public.
Good, thank you. If this is to go in public, then I think we need to let people in public have some idea of what it is we're talking about. Can I ask the Chief Executive, Gillian Beasley, to just tell us what we now suggest we do?
Thank you, Chairman. We're going to suggest that we have a short adjournment of 15 minutes, I think, to enable us to upload that information so that the public can now see it, but also to call in 2 officers who will be dealing with these recommendations, Tony Cooper and Tom Kelly, and give them the chance to join.
And they are, who are they?
Tony Cooper is our head of property and Tom Kelly is our head of finance.
Thank you very much.
Soon to be our CFO and Section 151 officer, who now is managing the property service. So if we could do that short adjournment, then we'll be able to upload the papers and enable those officers to join us, Chairman.
Fine. I make it now 10:15. I therefore suggest that we resume at 10:30. And during that time, documents should be made available to the public. Thank you very much. Dan, can you do that?
Yes, Chair. No problem.
Thank you.
Chairman, are you still online?
Can you please, you are being streamed still.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just wish to let the chairman know that I keep getting these unstable broadband type messages. I can never tell sometimes when these things break off, whether it's me or it's somebody at the other end. So I just wanted to let you know that I may sometimes lose it. Oh, yeah. All right. So I'm getting a message now that the webcast has stopped. So did you pick that up then, Chairman?
Can I still be heard?
Yes.
Right. Thank you, Lucy. That was absolutely dreadful. I couldn't get in.
Mike, you're on your public though.
You're streamed, please. Yeah.
So you shouldn't be heard.
That's fine. That's fine. I've got nothing to say that's not. I just couldn't get into the call, and therefore my papers were awry.
Chairman, Mike, can you still hear me? It's Max speaking.
Members, could you all switch
Right.
your videos and mutes on? Videos off and mutes on, please.
Dawn, it's Councillor Maguire. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Every time I try to put my video on, it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
I'll have a quick look, see if I can do anything.
I'll have a look.
Thank you. Got it now, thank you.
Dan, can you hear me?
Yes, Chair.
Right, I make it past, so shall we resume?
Yeah, you're still live, so.
Right, thank you.
We can't see you though, Chair.
Right. For small mercies, give great thanks. I now see you, Graham. I don't see many other people, so my setting is obviously wrong. No, I've got you now on full screen. Right. I have a chief executive. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and me 7. Good. I think we're ready to proceed. Anybody got any reason why we shouldn't now crack on, to coin a phrase? Right. Okay. Before we do so, a couple of points. Many of us will be aware of recent press and social media views concerning the matters before us today. And in the interests of fairness, I strongly believe that we must ignore those events and anything that's been said in them. And we're here to discuss the report that is before us as it is, and only that. It was concluded before much recent controversy and happened, and we must steadfastly stick to the report. It is the report, the whole report, and nothing but the report. Finally, a plea to members. I have a love of acronyms. Cutting down titles to initial letters only, NATO, BBC, etc. It saves time. Here we are listening. We have people listening in for whom OFR, LGSS, CNI are not part of their everyday discussion. Could I please ask you that when I lapse into the shortened versions, certainly in the early part of the discussion today, in the interest of wider understanding, that you haul me up, at least in the early stages, until there is wider understanding. Finally, it looks like being a long day, so I intend to call short comfort breaks. I mean, we've just had one, after about an hour and a half. And if it is particularly exciting point, I might stretch it to 2 hours. There'll be a half-hour break at about lunchtime-ish to help us clear our heads. And I'm really hoping we get through the agenda today. I see no reason why not, but it is a lot to cover. Right. We now proceed to the discussion of the documents before us, and we're going to start on the section that hopefully members outside have now got access to, excuse the English, the County Farms audit management actions in relation to recommendations of the Mazars report arising from County Farms Practices and Processes Union. We have 31 recommendations before us, along with management responses. At this point in the proceedings, I'd like to welcome in Tom Kelly and Tony Cooper to the meeting, and you were introduced to them prior to the break. So we're now going to consider each of the 31 recommendations in turn. I think it would be helpful that what we should do is start with Mazars letting us have their views very briefly on each item, and we will then discuss those items. So could I ask Mazars in the...
Hello, to Mr. Chairman.
And Nigel Layton, who will do a brief introduction to A, how they did the work, and that should take no more than 5 minutes. And then B, we will move on to the first item in the recommendations. Nigel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, everybody. Just to let you all know the background here, because I think it's important context. We were instructed around Christmas time, probably Christmas Eve actually, to undertake an independent review and finalize the findings in relation to the internal audit report on the manor farm tenancy and the county service audit. It was impressed on us very strongly from the start by Councillor Shallons and Gillian Beasley that the timetable was extremely tight and really was not negotiable. We agreed to present our report by the 23rd of February. Just for clarity, we did not re-perform the audit work or the fact-checking conducted by internal audit on the manor farm tenancy and the county farm service audit. We did, however, review the work performed and evidence obtained, and we also considered certain code of conduct and disciplinary issues. We concluded that certain additional procedures, such as a full email review and additional interviews, were required to be done as we would normally do in these circumstances in order for us to reach our findings and recommendations. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all those current and past employees of the council for their cooperation and openness during the course of our work. We had fantastic cooperation. I would also like to thank Gillian Beasley, Fiona McMillan and the internal audit team for their diligence in responding quickly to our requests, which was a key factor in us being able to meet the very, very tight deadline. So we presented our report to Gillian Beasley on the evening of the 22nd of February. The report contains 3 principal sections, namely matters relating to the manor farm tenancy, code of conduct and disciplinary issues, and matters relating to the county farm service in general. And as we're now just dealing with the county farms recommendations, I am happy to start introducing those now, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like me to do that now.
Just to ask Gillian, I think I missed you out, and I must apologise. It's bad manners to forget the chief executive. Is there anything you want to say at this stage? I mean, in particular, the internal audit report.
Chairman, I was just going to give a bit of history to how we got here, and Nigel has laid some of that ground. But I think if we go back to when we started, really, which was on the 15th of January, you, Chairman, formally received a request from Councillor Netzinger to review the process leading to the award of the tenancy and subsequent decisions made regarding the tenancy of Manor Farm.
Gillian,
yeah.
Sorry, 15th of January 2019.
Yes. Did I say the wrong date? Apologies,
no, you just
Chairman.
didn't say a date, yes.
2019, indeed. So this request was made after the Leader of the Council required Councillor Hickford to be identified at a meeting of General Purposes Committee on the 18th of December 2018 as the tenant of the property Manor Farm in relation to a prudential borrowing request for a house extension. So it was agreed at that point that internal audit would conduct the investigation and terms of reference were drawn up, and those are set out for the committee. It was during that audit that there was concerns raised about processes within the county farm service, including compliance. And so an audit was conducted in relation to that. And the audit report on processes and the audit on the tenor farm manancy have been now combined into one report. And that's what Nigel and his team have been looking at. So the first draft of the tenancy of Manor Farm was completed in June 2019. And because of financial concerns, I think it's known that internal audit report was referred to the police to consider whether a criminal investigation was required. The formal referral was made on the 4th of July 2019, and on the 9th of October 2019, the police confirmed to internal audit that they would progress with an investigation. At that point, all audit work stopped and no reference could be made to the investigation to ensure that the investigation was not prejudiced. Our internal audit did what was expected and supported the police investigation. On the 5th of March 2020, the police confirmed to internal audit that they were closing their investigation with no further action, and this was confirmed in writing on the 29th of April 2020, and the audit continued at that point. Although at that point we were in the middle of a pandemic and officers from internal audit were deployed on other matters, they picked the audit up as soon as they could, and they commenced the audit again. During parts of June and July 2020, we were dealing with concerns about the process, and so the audit was just halted at that point, but was resumed again towards the end of July 2020. After this time, the Chief Internal Auditor undertook 2 fact-checking exercises and reported to this committee on the 24th of November 2020 that a final report will be issued to me and the monitoring officer on the 4th of December 2020.
Gillian, could you just explain fact-checking?
Fact-checking is, from what I understand it to be, is to people are sent sections, or stakeholders are sent sections of the report which relate to them and asked whether or not those are factual, and are asked to make comments back to the Chief Internal Auditor, who considers those and determines whether the report should be amended accordingly. So that 2 exercises of that kind were undertaken up until November 2020, and I was due to get the final report on the 4th of December 2020. Unfortunately, this was not to be, as a Chief Internal Auditor became ill and was not able to complete this audit, and I became aware of that on the 7th of December 2020. I don't intend to repeat what Mr. Layton has said in relation to the Commission of Mazars. He's covered that well. There was huge cooperation between Mazars and officers of the Council, and I'd like to thank Nigel and Katie for the absolute speed and precise clarity of their request, which made it much easier for us to respond and allow this audit to come to me on the 22nd of February and therefore to this committee for today. Chairman, that's all I wanted to say by way of introduction.
Thank you very much, Chief Executive. I won't forget you again. Right, Nigel, back to you. You've introduced the background and your approach. I believe that we're now at the stage where we tackled the first issue. Is that correct?
Yes, the first of the 31. Is that correct? And you want me to go through them in one by one?
One by one. I think that's really important. It's far too detailed and very confusing. Right. Yeah. So tell me about recommendation 1.
So the 31 recommendations relate to the County Farm Service, and recommendation 1 is all about the general policies and procedures. So the core recommendation 1 is for a comprehensive review of team policies and procedures and the introduction of formal written process documentation for all key processes. And there we've suggested some approval limits in there, and it's further. Yeah, and I think that's really it. That's really the core. So a comprehensive review has been agreed by management. Limits need to established, and really, limits need to be considered, but not necessarily the same limits proposed by internal audit. I think it needs an overlay of the current members of the County Farms team to agree the precise sums. But what we're really saying is a root and branch review of processes, policies and procedures in relation to these issues. Mike.
Thank you very much indeed. Right, members, do we have any comments? My only comment would be that as members who have attended my audit and accounts meetings will know, I'm a devil for dates and for numbers. I see as target date September 21. Tony, Cooper, Head of Property, do you see any reason at this stage why that date should not be adhered to?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, committee members. No reason at this point, Chair, why that shouldn't be achieved, and that the process is already underway and a number of the processes have been reviewed and completed.
Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. Reading through the report, I think we've already agreed a comprehensive review should be undertaken. And as Tony has just verified, providing it meets the timing, I'm more than happy with this recommendation.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm also very happy with the recommendation and assured by Tony's comment about delivery dates. But my only thought, Nigel, was did you review the structure of the team? And are you confident that they have enough people with the right qualities to deliver what is now required? Because I couldn't see that within the report and recommendation.
Yes, I suppose the short answer is we didn't review the structure in detail, and the personnel we were focusing on historical issues and the personnel have changed. But I think our view is that now Tony is there, he can, introduce whatever structure he needs. But basically the people there, we believe, are fine to carry on and are competent and everything, but we just, it's the processes and policies that need addressing, and yes, so that's the answer. I think it's really for Tony to look at the structure and Gillian and, so we haven't recommended detail on structure, but it's for Tony and Gillian to decide, and now Tony's in place, I think that will happen.
Good. I see no more hands. Are we happy to then accept that recommendation? If you dissent, can you please stick a hand up or shake your head or something violent? I see nothing, so we will accept that as done. So that takes us into recommendation 2. Nigel.
Yes, now, recommendation 2 is really, I think we noted that the strategy for the county farm estate has not been reviewed since 2012. And therefore, what we're saying is there should be a strategic review of the direction of the estate, and the revised strategy should be subject to formal approval by the relevant committees. And so everybody is clear the direction it's taking and what the strategy for the estate is. I think that's the key point there, Mr. Chairman.
Any hands? Tony, have you anything to say on this?
I only say, Chair, that there was the Commercial Investment Committee agreed an updated strategy for the farms estate in February 2020, which we're currently working to, but there is ongoing reviews as well and policy development as part of the ongoing process.
So when might that be concluded?
Well,
or is it open-ended?
Well, the strategy was effectively concluded in February last year and approved by Commercial Investment Committee. But as things evolve, we are updating it on an ongoing basis. I think once we have worked through these recommendations, we can then look at whether there needs to be a further strategic review in due course. What a plea I would make is to provide the farms team a little bit of stability. We have had some changes in personnel, and we have a current direction, and it'd be good to embed that and those processes before we go through another review. That would be my only plea at this point.
Thank you. I have a note which says that we've that we've got various things on hold. As this seems to be agreed, when will the on hold be released?
In relation, if I can ask, Chair, what in particular was on hold?
I'm searching for it. It is recommended that any further amalgamations of holdings are put on hold until a comprehensive review of the strategy is complete.
That's in relation to the farm management plans, which is how we manage the farm's estate and the various holdings. That process is now being restarted with immediate effect and will be completed by the end of the year. It's a periodic process which was stopped during the audit, but where we review all the farms, their size, their composition, and how they fit together. So that's basically restarting now.
Right. So that means that no amalgamations, etc., will take place until the end of the calendar year.
If appropriate, amalgamations may take place before that, where it's appropriate and where we've done the appropriate farm management plan.
Right. I'm slightly. It says the any further amalgamations of holdings are put on hold until a comprehensive review of strategy is complete. You've told me we're having a comprehensive review, and now you're saying that we might do some amalgamations. I need to know whether it's in or out.
So I think there's, okay, apologies, there may be slight confusion. We've had a strategy review and a new strategy, which was confirmed by Commercial Investment Committee in February 2020. We are reviewing all the policies and processes as per the first recommendation, which is taking place through to September 21. A separate process is the farm management plans, where we look at the individual holdings themselves, the farms, the land holdings, and review those on an ongoing basis. We work through those in a sequential process. That process is about to start. And if amalgamations are appropriate at any given time, we may proceed with those. That's a normal part of the farm management process. So there's essentially 3 separate streams of activity.
Right.
Hopefully that's clear.
Good. Let's clear that up. Any other hands? I see no other hands. I suggest we move into recommendation 3.
Okay, recommendation 3 is a follow-on. I think it is simply recommending that the county farms management identify a set of key performance indices or KPIs that are aligned to team objectives and strategy. And this will assist the effective measurement of team performance, both within the strategic assets management structure and as part of corporate performance. And then we give some examples of what they include. But I think the key point here is that once we've got the strategy, that should include some KPIs, so performance can be monitored against set criteria. And this has been agreed by the management.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, looking at the management response, it strikes me as being a bit lukewarm. And can I say that I utterly agree with what Nigel said. I mean, there need to be financial and operational KPIs. The estate is the biggest in the country, I understand. There's considerable amount of money involved. And things like voids, we should have KPIs for voids and things like that. It's just not acceptable that we only have the corporate KPIs that county farms feed into. And reading the management response, as I say, there does seem to be a bit of a pushback there, and I hope that I've got that wrong, and that county farms will be introducing KPIs as a management tool.
I think, Councillor, as far as I'm concerned, management have accepted this and embraced it. So it may not be quite clear in there, but from what I understand, Tony and everybody are taking this seriously.
Does that suggest that we need to modify the text here? Because we're looking at recommendations.
Yes.
I think.
I don't think so. I think
that's fine. That's fine.
I think
okay.
I'm satisfied, and I think we're all that they are taking it seriously, and these are reviewed with him, regarded as important, and will be done.
Councillor Hudson, you're muted. Thank you,
Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yes, the recommendation has been agreed by the management of the county council, quite rightly so, and I think it's important to look at the corporate KPIs are not necessarily appropriate for a farm management system. So yes, we do need a set of KPIs, and I'm sure Tony's on top of this. I'd like to see it a little bit before September. Actually, I think they should be produced much quicker, if at all possible. And as the report says, that Tony should ensure that they are well reported and appropriate for the county farms estate, and all tenants understand them, and most importantly, the farm estate teams understand them so they can communicate and work closely with the tenants. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important that we appreciate that another committee has a role to play in this, and that is obviously Commerce and Investments. And it's quite clear to me that they should grasp this particular problem and ensure the correct KPIs are introduced.
Thank you. Graham.
I just wanted to follow up Councillor Hudson's point about the date, that this runs down as September 21. There are other things which are shown as being done much earlier, July 21. If this is as important as I think we are all saying it is there any reason why it can't be brought forward? But I agree with Terry's comment about it's got to go through other committees, but even so, I think doing it before September should be our aim.
Right. I mean, it seems to me that it's an unending process, because we may have a new KPI tomorrow, depending on new circumstances. But I'd be interested to hear what Tony has to say.
Thank you, Chair. No, they're all entirely valid points. We absolutely accept the need for KPIs. I think, as members have said, there are two elements. One is the sort of corporate level reporting, which is focused on the financial returns, but equally there is the operational KPIs as well. I think there is, I'll be candid, there is some pushback because, as members will be aware, KPIs and targets can be a dangerous thing if you pick the wrong ones. But we are absolutely committed to providing appropriate KPIs that meet the needs of the council and the farms estate. And I'm quite happy to bring this forward. We're obviously managing the workload, given that we are reviewing all the processes across the farms estate over the next 6 months or so. But I can bring that forward to a suitable date, but it will involve Commercial Investment Committee as well, I think, to agree that in terms of the reporting. So we just have to allow a certain amount of time for us to work through it and present it to yourselves and CNI.
Right. I mean, we could entertain ourselves by discussing now what the KPIs ought to be. I don't think that's our place and our position. What we've got is an estate here which is very sensitive. It has peculiar annual cycles, and I think that we should be sensitive to that and leave well alone and let the experts deal with it. Happy to move on? Happy to move on. Number 4.
Yes, recommendation 4, internal audit recommended a data cleanse of the property data that should be undertaken, followed by an exercise to compare these listings to those on the county farms list, just to ensure everything is accounted for in terms of lease and other arrangements. So I think it's a data cleanse, it's a checking of the data, and management response is, it is intended the farm estate be fully incorporated in review of the replacement property management system for the entire CCC estate. And we as Mazars agree with this recommendation. And again, the timeline, Tony might be able to answer, but the timeline will be linked to the replacement of the management system. And we wholeheartedly support that recommendation, that once the new system is there, it will deal with the data will be cleansed and properly looked at. So again, it's the timeline that we just need to understand.
Thank you for that. I have to say that on the audit committee, one of our other pleasures is to look at the audited accounts for the council. And each year we've had comments saying it would be a really good idea if the council had a single integrated property database. And my only question about this is whether or not we cannot bring forward summer 22, because this seems to me to be important, and my successors having to deal with the next year's audit will undoubtedly come up against this project unless this problem of not having an integrated database unless we take some fairly urgent action. I see no reason not to go into recommendation 5.
Okay, recommendation 5 is a very straightforward one, that each individual county farms property should be assigned a unique property code. This again came from internal audit report, and transactions should be assigned to the relevant farm when invoicing is raised on the ERP Gold, which I presume is the system. Again, the system could be aligned with...
Sorry, ERP Gold is
the I think it's the system that the invoices are raised on.
Tom?
Yeah, it's the prime accounting system from which all our accounting records and invoices are dispatched and all of the financial monitoring takes place.
Good, thank you.
So again, this recommendation, I think, is agreed by management. Mazars agrees the recommendation as well. It's just getting a bit more detail on the accounting by property, and I think it's very sensible and should be done as soon as practicable.
Well, my only comment on this is, why wasn't this done 10 years ago? It does seem a fairly obvious thing, but we are where we are. Terry.
I would ask the same question, but in justification, we must remember that ERP has only just recently been introduced into the council, and it's now a new facility that we can use, and hopefully it will improve in the future.
Though the concept could have been applied earlier.
Agreed, Jeff, agreed.
Anybody else? This seems to me to be a JFDI issue or point. No, so take that as agreed. Recommendation 6.
Recommendation 6 from audit in the internal audit report again was that the county farms team should conduct a complete review of all invoices raised in 2018 and 19 and 2019 and 20 to check to date and check each invoice back to the rental agreement spreadsheet. And then they should investigate any discrepancies. So again, I think, this recommendation has been agreed. We agree with it, and the future process needs to be reviewed and updated, and a timeline given. So again, the development and implementation of a process regarding future invoicing is to be developed once more information is known on the property database system. And again, I think it's a fairly straightforward thing, but there's just a bit of checking back to make sure invoices were properly accounted for, because audit felt that that would be a good check to do.
Right, I mean, Nigel's being very polite. Elsewhere, we found out that some of the invoices were not correct, and they need to be correct in future. Graham.
Well, exactly on that point, Chair. Nigel, if you were a betting man, do you have any idea how much people have been overcharged or undercharged? Just to put this into context.
I'm not a general betting man, but I would say, what do you mean by overcharge? Do you mean in general, or do you mean in respect of this work?
In respect of the rents and relating to this work specifically.
Well,
to do the review.
What we have done is recommend that the council look at certain charges that were levied and have a look at it and reach their own view, and that is contained in the report. So I don't think I can put a number on what has been overcharged, and I wouldn't want to do that. But what I could say is we've identified areas where Gillian and her team should have a look and see whether the charges were appropriate or not. And that's as far as we could go, but that's for the team to look at.
Tony, I think there are two things. There's sorting out errors of omission and commission that happened in the past, but my question is, are we now more confident at the accuracy of our invoicing policies and actions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So yes, we've done a historic review of previous financial years invoicing to correct those. And going forward, we have done a single master spreadsheet which will cover all the details, and we have new processes in place which will ensure that invoicing is checked before and after essentially the invoicing and rent runs on each occasion, which is with the farms estate is generally half yearly. So I'm confident that we will reduce the errors. We do need in our world of a property asset database linking hopefully to ERP. Once that is established, we should be able to further reduce those errors by automating much more of the process. But I believe we're in a much better place at this point in time, and errors should be minimal, if any.
Right. Well, that was going to be my question. What is the current level, and is this a function of lack of training or overwork or what?
I think root cause is simply that we're running two separate processes that have to be interfaced with each other. So the rents are handled by the property team through spreadsheets because there isn't a current property asset database covering the farm's estate. That then has to be put into the ERP, which, as Tom has explained, is the main council finance system. And within that, there is scope for error. Ideally, what I'd like to see is the rents and other property finance matters to be run through the property database, and then that will simply interface into ERP to run the invoices and so forth. So there is a limited scope, but that's, as I say, we are running checks before the invoices go out, and we're then conducting checks after the invoice has gone out as well. So there's effectively a double checking process either side, so that if there are errors, we can pick them up. But we're confident at the moment that the errors should be minimal and limited to sort of minor human errors in transposing the information between two systems.
That sounds much more secure. Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to point out that, excuse me, the County Council have many other assets apart, which we collect rent on, apart from our county farm estate, of course. And I think this should all be reviewed as well to make sure we are collecting the correct rent at the right time on all our assets. And I'm assuming you're on top of this, Tony, or your team would be?
Yes, that falls within our remit. Indeed, we've got some work going on at the moment in relation to other rents in a number of other settings outside of the farm's estate to do precisely that.
Terry.
Chair, I think members can all agree that this was a failing by the team, and it basically didn't meet, in my personal view, the basic principles of accountancy. But hopefully, I think in the future, we'll put in a remedy that will take care of it.
Thank you. I see Rural Asset Manager, April 2021. Is that still your current best date?
Correct, Chair. Yeah, that's the date we're working to for this recommendation.
Okay.
It's one of our priority ones.
Yes, getting the money right would be a good idea. Recommendation 7.
And I think, sorry.
Yep.
I think
Nigel.
This just follows on from the previous one. It's County Farms team should consider setting up subscriptions for each tenant, which would enable invoices to be raised automatically on ERP Gold.
I didn't understand what a subscription was.
And well, it's just invoicing for things that they need. Is that right, Tony?
Yes, I think it's just a recurring invoice. So if
recurring invoice, standing order.
Yeah,
in simple, yeah, in simple
right.
terms, yeah.
So I think, and they had again, the recommendations agreed, but not necessarily on the system selected by internal audit. So whatever system is used, I think Tony intends to implement this recommendation, and it's fairly straightforward. I don't know what the timeline is, but it's really linked to the previous one.
Members?
Yeah.
Seems to me to be common sense. Standard question, June 21?
I'm hopeful it'll be done before that. We're working with our finance colleagues to set up the most appropriate subscription process within the system of ERP. So I'm hoping it'll be done before that, but we need to interface around ERP itself and how that may work.
Fine. Okay, to move on to number 8.
Number 8 is fairly straightforward. It's County Farms team should charge interest on all debts in line with specified rates in the tenancy agreement. And I think, the head of property has suggested that a debt management policy should be developed and implemented. And that will, that's intended to be done.
It does say under management comments that there are special factors dealing with agricultural tenancies, for example, and it says weather delays, delayed payment from Rural Payments Agency, and so on, weather, and so on.
I think
so. As I see it, what is being suggested, what would be more acceptable by Rural Asset Manager is rather than have a straight accountant, you're 3 days late, here's the fine, is to have one that is sensitive to the agricultural life of the country.
And that's correct, and that's, you know, I think covered in recommendation 9. So it is obviously considered charge interest where appropriate, normal to do so. So I think those comments by the head of property are entirely correct and will be part of investigation recommendation 9.
I have some hands. Councillor Bates.
I think I'm just agreeing with everybody at the moment, Mr. Chairman. We need to be flexible here. Farms do have different seasons.
Yes.
Okay, etc. So I think we need some flexibility here. It's not a straight an answer as we purchased this. We need the invoice done and paid. So I think I'm very content that there is some flexibility for our farm tenants, bearing in mind the seasons of the year, what they do plant, and of course that also varies enormously. So I'm content with the way forward, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Good. As long as you're happy, Ian, that's important.
I am
John.
at the moment.
There's plenty of time yet. John.
Yeah, I'm less happy with this actually. You know, I like fairness, and I like fairness to be seen, and I like us to be able to demonstrate that our tenants are all being treated the same. And I absolutely understand, you know, the situation with regard to farming and agriculture and the weather, unpredictable weather and a seasonality, etc., etc. But there have to be some parameters. You know, you have to have certain framework within which to be able to judge, to ensure that one tenant isn't, you know, being given something that hasn't been offered to other tenants. So I'm a little concerned. I find the management response to this a bit woolly, and I would have liked to have seen a bit more of a framework or proposal for, as I say, parameters against which our officers can work. Whereas I'm not really given that here. It's just like, oh, you know, we'll put our thumb up, we'll lick our finger, put it up and see how it goes. And then we'll make a decision on an individual basis. I'm not happy with that at all. And I say, I would like to see a bit more structure in this.
Right. Who do you think should agree the structure?
Well, I think the structure would be agreed by, you know, but by the head of, you know, by the head of the department.
Well, do you want it to go back to C&I? Commercial and investment, whoops.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know, Tony may have a view on this. It's just that I find that I would like to see, as I say, a bit more structure in this so we can demonstrate fairness between our tenants.
I mean, elsewhere, I'm picking my words carefully, we have some comments about policies that are then not adhered to strictly. And my general approach is I don't mind policies not being adhered to strictly as long as it is cleared by the appropriate authority within the council. And that may be a way forward. John, you're nodding very, very faintly. Is that all right?
No, I agree with you, but for the officers to be able to do that, they have to have some parameters set for them.
Yes, they do. Yes. Okay, moving along, Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say I have some sympathy with the point that Councillor Williams is making, because if one of the justifications for being flexible is, of course, and it's shown on the papers there, but tenants may be unable to pay because of buyers not paying on time, weather delays, or delayed payment from rural payments. But we've already, and one of the reasons we're here today is because we have diversification within the farms estate, and some of them are businesses which are clearly not necessary. Well, they're not necessarily affected by weather delays or delayed payment from Rural Payments Agency, and some running a business. Now, there may be other factors which prevent them paying their bills on time. So my temptation is to, my reason is to suggest that somewhere within the role of the rural asset manager is to categorise the type of tenancy, and then to decide whether it's appropriate to consider the interest rate, which may or may not be charged. So in other words, if it's a farm and they're suffering the problems related to weather, which we know they tend to do, that's totally different from somebody running another business, maybe a horticulture business or something like that, which is not affected by the same factors. Just a thought. I think there needs to be flexibility in that sense as well. Categorization is the probable answer.
So what you're suggesting, as I read it, is that we have effectively policies for this category of tenant and policies for that category of tenant.
Essentially, you have to consider the type of tenancy and as to whether, as to how flexible you're going to be in regard to debt repayments or whatever, and structuring debt repayments. So I don't think you can just have one classification and say, oh, as far as our rural state is concerned, we've just got this particular policy. We won't chase them until whatever.
That's fine, thank you. I've got 4 hands up at once here. Councillor Hudson, you're the first.
Thank you, Chair. I hear what John says and I hear what Max says. Yeah, and they're right. But I have to say the type of tenancy anybody has is just basic asset management, and that should have been managed, and it should be managed going forward. I do have to say, though, that the county council already do charge interest where a tenant is regularly late, non-payer, or whatever appropriate reason it is. So there is a system there to do that, and the new system is going to be interest charging procedure is going to be introduced by July this year. As always, we want it now, but that obviously needs time, and I think we should wait and see what Tony produces for that, and I assume he'll take that to the CNI committee. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings me back to Councillor Williams. You're muted, John.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say I agree with what Matt has said. You know, we need categorisation as well.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. We have other departments within the council, for example, pensions, where we do charge interest for people who are late payers or don't pay contributions in time. It works its way up the line of command, and the final decision rests with head of pensions. I can't see why a similar system cannot work here.
Thank you. Tony, I'd better ask you to summarise this, but could you include in your comments when we are proposing to tell tenants that we're proposing to do this? Because this might be a change in their terms and conditions.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, I entirely understand the points that have been raised, and it's quite right that there needs to be fairness and consistency. I think there is a degree of value judgment in these cases. We deal with everything from those whose businesses are not, perhaps some of our tenants, their businesses are not well run, and may be in the process of failing. On the other hand, we have tenants who have suffered serious illness and things outside of their control, and it would seem punitive to start adding interest to rent that's delayed whilst they recover from illness or something, and variations in between. So
sorry, but just interrupting you. I mean, if I run a butcher's shop and I can't pay my council tax and my business rates because I've been ill, that's not accepted in court as a reasonable excuse.
Well, from the strategic review and the approach to the farms estate, there is a degree of sort of social support for the rural communities and also our agricultural tenants. So we don't take a harsh punitive view. We do go and speak to our tenants and understand, because ultimately from a commercial perspective, where we've got tenants who will remain in business, that's in their best interest and also ours as a landlord to retain the rent rather than have a business fail and then have a void, lose rent and have to re-let. So we do need a procedure. I think that the point about categorization between, say, a pure farm business and a diversified non-agricultural business is a valid one, and we also need to ensure that we document and record all decisions and that they do come up through the line from the rural, if necessary, from the rural asset manager towards myself and above if necessary. But I would stress we do take a broader social and supportive view of our tenants, and that is indeed the direction we've had from Commercial Investment Committee in broad terms, to ensure that we are supporting our agricultural tenants and our rural communities as part of our role with the county farms estate. But we will come up with a process around that.
And do we have the right to suddenly start charging interest without changing the contracts?
Well, I think if you see later recommendations, Chair, there is specific reference to the amount of interest that is charged, which from memory I think is at 9%. So we have the right to charge interest on all outstanding debts, and therefore that is already written into the tenancies, and we can charge that. But as you appreciate, as an agricultural or commercial landlord, it is still an option whether to impose that. Our view is that we will take an informed choice in those situations. We can go to the extreme, and I have experience of it in commercial practice, of charging interest and sending the bailiffs round a few days after the rent was due. But that's not an approach historically we've wanted to take.
Right, so if you're now going to have to do categorisation, does July 21 still hold? I'm just giving you a chance here.
Yeah. Yes, I'm content with July 21 for that. Again, we will go to the County Farms Working Group and CNI Commercial Investment Committee as required for approval.
Okay, members happy to move on? I think that takes us to 9, is that right?
So, sorry, Chairman, I'm just looking at 9, and that one has got a different date on it. And these are so closely together, and you just talked about date for 8 being July, should the date for 9 be July, or can they both be May? Or are they different and I'm getting confused?
I think that's at you, Tony.
Yeah, from my perspective, there are 2 separate recommendations. One is the application of interest to debts. Recommendation 9 is in relation to the process for handling and managing and recording debts. So they're 2 separate items.
I hear what you say. I think you're just being given a chance to move May to June or July, whatever it was. Do you not want to?
Recommendation 9 is almost complete. We've been working with the debt management team at the council to agree an updated process. So that one is almost complete in terms of recommendation 9.
Well, we gave him a chance, people, and he turned us down. Right, 9.
So I think we've probably just covered 9, but it's a formal policy on debt management developed by the County Farms team, and that was the audit recommendation, and that has been agreed, and as you've heard, is almost complete. So I would, it's a very sensible thing to do, and I wouldn't suggest we need to dwell on that anymore.
Members? Graham?
Well, at the risk of prolonging this, does it have implications for other aspects of the council's business? And particularly, Tony, you talked and Terry talked about pensions and the like. So if we modify this debt management procedure, should we be looking at other debt management procedures as well?
I can come on.
Sorry, Tom.
Look, I think what we've done is ensure that we have a corporate debt management approach within the scheme of financial management, and as you say, there's a wide diversity from pension, social care debt, commercial suppliers, right across the piece. So that needs to fit across a wide variety of different debt types. It does that, and then we have an active debt management approach with individual budget holders that needs to be appropriately bespoke. And I think what we've gone through and what Tony has progressed is a bespoke approach for the farms team. So I think we're in order on that respect. We have an appropriate corporate policy, and we just need to ensure that's properly applied in the farms team and bespoke where necessary.
Could I just ask Tony if you could talk us through the interface between you and debt management functions within the council?
Yeah, so where there is a debt, it is recorded on ERP, and the farms team interface directly with the debt management team to make sure that has the appropriate flags. And I have to apologise, I'm not familiar with the fine detail of the workings of ERP. But this, whilst the farm teams will deal with the defaulting tenants directly and often have conversations or meet face to face in a non-COVID world to discuss the circumstances of that and understand why there is a debt. It is also sent through to the debt management team so that they can include it on the debt recording corporately through their processes, so that the council has a complete view of all debts, including farm debts, but the actual management of the debt on the ground is done by the farms team.
Right.
So,
I mean, I just have a concern about a debt goes from 1 to 31 days to 2 to whatever it is, 730. And they send out letters as an automatic churning process, thousands of them in a year.
Yep.
How do we stop, if we want to stop, how do we stop those being automatically sent to the tenants? Because I've just been down and had a nice conversation with them and had a cup of tea, and you're now sending me the bailiffs.
Yes, I would need to confirm, Chair, the precise mechanics of the process, but there is a process we have just agreed and are finalising where the farms team, as I say, will do the operational interface with the tenants, but make sure it's recorded corporately. In terms of their system for automatically sending letters, I will need to verify that, and I can come back to the committee with that detail.
Yes, I mean, I think it's important that we've just been talking about flexibility, and I don't want an automated system to take over and override that.
Yes, absolutely, and that's we're very conscious of keeping tenants on side and managing that, but I will confirm the details.
Yeah, for all of our debt management activity, where we're contemplating legal action or any kind of stricter enforcement, that's always done in close collaboration with budget holders. So we wouldn't take that action without the budget holder being comfortable. It doesn't. Sending a letter is one thing, but actually pursuing a debt with a caseworker is done closely in liaison with budget holders.
And the system, the automated system, will facilitate that.
Yeah, I mean, the automated system is great for bulk initial reminders at 14 days when it's problematic debt. It does require personal input, whether that's by the debt team or by individual service teams. So yes,
I don't like the or, because if we have an or, we've got a possibility for confusion, haven't we?
Well, I think in reality it's both, isn't it? Unless the service team have said they've exhausted all possible routes to a solution themselves.
Councillor Maguire.
Chairman, since I put my hand up, I think my question has probably been largely answered, partly by Tom and by Tony, because I was looking at the particular paragraph which talks about that the debt management process would not be able to resource this level of service. And I think this is something which we would expect any debt management system to be. It isn't just an automatic, they're 30 days overdue, we'll just go in there with the big guns blazing. You would normally talk to, in this case, so the rural farms estate. Anyway, so I think it's probably, my point has probably been covered. So again, debt management system in itself is flexible. One would hope it would be anyway.
Yeah. Thank you, Mac. I mean, my nervousness is around the interface between civilized approach and an automated system. Your hand's still up, Mac. Right, are we happy with that? Do we need any changes made to the recommendation? Are we comfortable? I see no dissenting voices. We go on to number 10. And we're a third the way through.
Number 10, in summary, is about the policies on tenancy advertisement should be formalised and documented is essentially the point here. And I think, it needs to be documented and approved. So we've got a formal policy. And then the other recommendation from Audit is that all farms tenancies which are available for reletting should be advertised on the open market standard to ensure the council can demonstrate the best value is achieved. And then if there's a clear and valid reason why the tenancy is not suitable for advertisement on the open market, then a formal process of approval should be introduced. But the norm is very much a new policy on advertisement. And I think this has been agreed and, is an important thing to have so that the farms team can understand the guidelines and it's very clear as to how it operates.
Right, can you give me a for instance as to why it might not be appropriate to advertise?
I'm going to have to defer to, I think, Tony on that.
Yeah, we have an example at the moment. So the council recently purchased a new farm We need the farm to be managed and cropped in the short term, and therefore we haven't advertised it, but we've got a tenant in place through till I think October to crop the farm and keep it in good condition whilst we carry out a full advertising campaign for a longer term tenancy on that farm. So sometimes where there's a short term need, perhaps we're looking at amalgamating as we discussed earlier, or in this case we just need to get the farm cropped rather than left on its own for a short term period. But that's the sort of example. It's relatively uncommon. As Nigel says, the default position is that we will advertise openly and ensure competition, but there are occasions when we need to just make sure that the farm is in use whilst we sort out the longer term situation.
Thank you, Tony. Councillor Rogers.
Slightly confused with this. If we look at the recommendation, then we look at the response, it's part agreed, and then we look at the basically auditor's comments finally at the end, the recommendation has been agreed. And I read through the actual response to the recommendation. I couldn't see where we have agreed or not agreed. Where does the part come into it, Tony, please?
Yeah, it was the initial part of the recommendation. Where I'm just trying to find it. Yeah, so in the initial part of the initial paragraph, it refers to advertising in non-agricultural arenas and other areas. We have extensive experience of advertising, and advertising is something that is quite expensive. And it was really saying we would like to stick to proven advertising that's cost effective and generates the sort of tenants we're looking for, rather than what might be termed a scattergun approach or a more expensive approach, which may not produce results. And if I give an example of the current farm that we are advertising, we've advertised through our existing proven advertising routes, and that has generated a good number of inquiries, and that includes some from other parts of the UK far beyond Cambridgeshire. So it's the disagreement is simply not advertising all over the place, because that will cost us a lot of money and won't necessarily produce any benefit.
Thank you.
Councillor Rogers.
That's me, Graham.
Right, sorry, Terry was going. Graham.
Thanks, Chair. Just following that up, I think from what you've just said, Tony, you do actually agree with the recommendation, because then they're not proposing that you should undertake a scattergun approach, are they? They are proposing that you should target the advertising to places where you are most likely to attract a range of applicants, and not just go anywhere. So that's just one point I just wanted to clarify. And then the other one about your comment on there may be some other neighbouring tenants who are interested, but they should just be assessed in conjunction with any new applicant, shouldn't they? They shouldn't be given first refusal.
Yes, the process of tenant selection, I think, comes up in later recommendations as well, in terms of the detail on that process.
But even on the application, the site should be advertised, and these neighbouring people shouldn't be seen to be getting any advantage even at that very early advertising or not advertising stage, should they?
Agreed in principle, absolutely. I mean, that's the fundamental principle, that they will be advertised and there will be a full competition. But there are occasions, as I described with the new farm, where we need to get the land under management on a temporary basis, where there isn't time to go through an advertising process, and we can do that as we're doing here for about 6 months, whilst we go through a full process for the long-term tenancy. So we haven't advertised at this point on the new farm for a 6-month period, because we need to get the land managed, but we are doing the full process, including advertising for the long-term tenancy of that holding.
Okay,
so
and then
it's only in exceptional circumstances where there's an operational need, but the basic principle is we will advertise.
Yes, okay. And then just clarifying the bit about you only part agreed the element around advertising. Do you agree that you do actually agree, and Nigel wasn't suggesting a scattergun approach.
Yeah, I'm prepared to concede that yes, as long as it's targeted and not an expectation that we will advertise across a very wide range of sources, irrespective of cost or effectiveness, then I'm prepared to agree that. I'm just very conscious we could end up spending an awful lot of money if we're not careful.
Absolutely, we don't want to do that.
Is there any point, having taken consideration of the fact that you are happy to diversify if it's in the council's interest, is there any point in trying a very modest, not a scattergun, wide-ranging, hugely expensive, but one or two adverts outside of the normal, just to see if it brings in any new fish?
Yes, and that's something we're going to look at doing. So yes, we will consider that, and we've already altered our advertising to reflect the fact that some of these are rural business opportunities rather than agricultural tenancies. So we are looking at ways that we can improve that.
Well, that seems to me to run counter to the previous conversation we had about this. Does that mean that we need to modify the words somewhere?
I can modify the response to reflect that. I think may have sort of misinterpreted the original audit recommendation in terms of what we thought they were pushing in terms of the advertising. So we can amend the recommendation to reflect that.
Nigel?
Yeah, that sounds absolutely fine.
Good. So Tony, you're going to do a
modify the response.
Modify the response.
Correct.
Are we happy to give him a blank sheet of paper and say we're going to agree with whatever he says?
I think so, Mr. Chairman. I think.
Oh, you're such a nice man.
I don't think, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we're giving a blank sheet of paper. Okay, to answer your question. And I think what I've heard from Tony and from Nigel is, I think I'm relatively satisfied with the response to date, which is there are some circumstances which fall out of the norm, and we might like to dip our toe in the water for other businesses, if I'm interpreting their correction. Apologies if I'm not.
Right.
Yeah, there is a catch up.
Who authorizes not doing the normal?
That would
a lot of what we are talking about in both this morning and this afternoon is dealing with bits around the edges of policies. I just want to be clear.
Well, responsibility for that will sit with me as head of property.
Right, so they'll always be referred to you if there's a variation.
Yes.
Dawn, we better have that. Right.
So if I may, it's
sorry, Tony.
Just blank sheet of paper. No. Report back at the catch-up meeting later this month. Yes.
Right. In the last 5 years, 25 farms were let and only 2 were let as non-agricultural tenancies. Does that include Manor Farm?
Yes, Manor Farm was a commercial tenancy, not an agricultural tenancy.
Thank you. Right. Okay. Anything else on 10? 11.
Number 11 is fairly straightforward, saying the application form for tenancies should be amended to include any associations, links to the council or close personal relationships with officers or members of Cambridgeshire County Council. These should be disclosed. So that was the audit recommendation. We agreed with that, and I think Tony has agreed with that as well. So that's relatively straightforward, I think.
Councillor Wilson.
Can I ask Nigel, rather than Tony, whether he thinks it is necessary for the council to consider a unilateral ban on any member or officer of the council entering into commercial arrangements with the council, such as farm tenancies?
Say that again, Graham. Well,
I'm reading out the the bottom paragraph in the management response on that page, which says, it is suggested that the council considers a unilateral ban on any member or officer of the council entering into commercial arrangements with the council, such as farm tenancies, to avoid the issues experienced with Manor Farm. Does Nigel consider that that is a desirable action?
My personal view is that that is it's an action that would ensure that these issues don't come up again, and it's a way you could go. But I think the other way to do it is to have it by exception and introduce more levels of approval that mean that committees approve and individuals approve if there are any councillors who wish to do that. So I think it's certainly we need to tighten up on it, whatever. I think there could be arguments for that if you want a zero tolerance and if you want to say we're not going to countenance this at all. That is one approach, and that I've seen happen before. If, however, you want to maintain a bit of flexibility and introduce far more detailed approval procedures in these circumstances, then that's another option. And I think it's really a matter for the risk appetite of the council as to which of those routes you go down, but either would probably deal with the issue.
Well, I have, someone has put to me, what happens if a tenant suddenly becomes so enjoys these sorts of meetings that they then try and apply to become a councillor, and I suppose that the weasel words to exit that would be if it would stop them making a further appointment, a further application. But I think that I certainly incline to the option 2 rather than the option 1. But the question then is, how do we deal with it? And it needs to be dealt with properly. And there are references to that in a document. Mac.
Chairman, you've kind of preceded me there a little bit, because this is one paragraph, like picking up Councillor Wilson's point, that I had concerns with. I think it would be wrong. And I hope whoever does within the council consider this suggestion, that they don't introduce a unilateral ban. First of all, I think it's fundamentally unfair to restrict any elected member from applying to become a tenant of the county councils. It's just the same, would be not for me personally, it would be a similarity to saying to a local district council or any other council responsible for housing, no, you can't become a council tenant in a house. And I think the point you were making, and apologies, my sound keeps breaking up for me, and I don't know if everybody's experiencing that or it's just my system. So I missed a little bit of what you were saying, Chairman, but I can recall, and for those of you who can remember going through the members' lounge in Shire Hall, there's a picture of a past chairman. I don't think at this point there's any harm in mentioning Councillor Eddy, who's since passed away, who was in fact a council tenant, council farm tenant, and I don't recall there being any problems with that. Now, whether he decided to become a councillor after he'd taken out a tenancy agreement or the other way around, I'm not sure. But if you are going to have a unilateral ban on councillors becoming tenants, then equally you'd have to consider a tenant then apply to become a councillor. I think that was a point you might have been making, Chairman.
Yes.
Now that would require some form of legislation, I would guess. So I think we have to be very careful. So it is only a suggestion, but there's no sort of, in terms of the recommendations, there's nothing really which is telling us what's being proposed. And I'm assuming this would go to somewhere like CNI. But I would be personally, I think this is wrong. So as I say, as a suggestion, otherwise I would not ask us to consider. What we do have to do, of course, is be very careful to ensure that we don't have this conflicts of interest, I think. But they should be, and therefore the declaration that they are a member, of course, they've gone through all the normal processes, is perfectly valid. But that's my point, Chairman.
Thank you. I mean, I think that the problem with the declaration of interest is you can sign a bit of paper and it sits in a drawer for 3 years and nobody knows about it. So I think it is up to the individual who's applying to make clear at all stages of this process that they do have this declaration of interest in the drawer, and they are perfectly entitled to have
I think that can be accommodated, surely.
Yes, and I really don't want the council to be on the wrong end of a Human Rights Act application. I have Councillor Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Councillor Maguire, because I was going to mention the same Councillor Eddy, who also I knew for a long time. My suggestion, Mr. Chairman, is I think this has consequences for farm tenancy, but perhaps on a wider field as well, commercial. Okay, so my suggestion actually is perhaps we could return to this when we next meet at the end of this month. And then perhaps that it will give opportunities for chief executives and other council officers to consider about this particular discussion and this particular recommendation. So it may be something to come back to about farm tenancies, but on other areas. Okay, so I'm suggesting perhaps let them take it away and have a think and come back to us, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Ian. Right, John.
Yes, I have to say, I have some concern with this as well, because where does that place, for example, a leaseholder to a district council, you know, who has a sheltered house, for example, accommodation, or indeed a council tenant? I think this is quite serious ramifications if we attempted to apply this, and then people attempted to apply that in other circumstances. So I think this does need to be very carefully considered.
Right, I mean,
I can't really, at the moment, I really can't see a justification for it.
Right, I'm happy that the general consensus appears to be we do not want the blanket ban, but I think what that does leave is the question of how does the council protect itself from future difficulties arising out of the actions that are being considered. And I do wonder whether we need to talk to Constitution and Ethics about this. Ian, I'd wonder about your view on that, or Mac.
Well, that was really just comes back to, I think it needs a bit of a discussion before we get into, because I can understand John and everybody else is so, perhaps it's something, an action for the chief executive to take away in discussions with other parts of the council, and then come back, Mr. Chairman, because I think we've all got a bit of what I call, we're not quite sure about this
right.
at this moment in time. So let them come back with some concrete suggestions and proposals come forward maybe by the end of the month, hopefully.
Well, it's a very important end of the month, but we'll
yeah, well, Constitution and Ethics, we've got people, Fiona's listening to this, and she could advise us on that as well. So hence really take it away, because Fiona looks after Constitution and Ethics, Mr. Chairman.
Good. Mac.
Yeah, but I just effectively repeat what I was saying earlier on. I believe that there are loads of precedents for this. And to me, the obvious example is council housing. And I think, yes, maybe Constitution and Ethics is one of the routes we can take, but that applies more to the Constitution, and that is more telling councillors what they can and cannot do. Really, I imagine the consideration would have to be taken through C&I, and I would expect a report to go to them as to the sensibleness or otherwise of such a suggestion, if it is made. But as I say, I believe there are plenty of precedences. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. I'm sure we can readily protect the council and the potential tenant if he happens to be an elected member of any council. So I'm not terribly concerned about it, but I think it can be readily dealt with.
Thank you. Can I just take a poll as to whether we wish to discount the possibility of a, what do we call it, a universal ban? Does anybody want the universal ban? If not, then we're into how we manage the situation, given that there's going to be potential conflicts of interest. Nobody wants to preserve the universal ban. I think that's a helpful conclusion. Thank you. Right, number 12.
Okay, number 12 is fairly simply.
I've got, sorry, Mac, are you, your hand's still up, Mac?
Yes, sorry. No, it's not legacy, Chairman. Again, because of the comment you were just making. The way you were putting that, unless I misunderstood you, you were saying not to perpetuate the universal ban. There isn't a unilateral ban at the moment.
No.
It's a suggestion that one be introduced. So, as I say, I don't think it's something that we should be interested in.
Right.
Maybe I misunderstood you, Chairman.
No, well, it certainly did. My intention was not to suggest we do it, or we are doing it, and you're breaking up, Mac.
Could I suggest to the officers, is Mac allowed to turn his video off? It might help with the with his speech. I know we're in public session at the moment, but I think I'd rather Mac with us than disappear.
Yes, he is, Chairman, just to say, if he's having difficulties with his reception, yes, absolutely.
Nice to see you, Mac, to see you, etc. Right, are we on to number 12? Diverse range of businesses.
Yes, we are, Mr. Chairman. I think this one is quite straightforward. In order to encourage a more diverse range of businesses, the recommendation from Audit was for the County Farms team to provide 2 versions of the application forms and budget forecast forms and all relevant forms, one for agricultural and one for other business proposals. And Mazars agreed with this, and I think Tony has agreed with it as well. So it's just really splitting the form into 2 and making it a bit clearer. So I think that's fairly straightforward.
Are we having specific forms for the advertising? And sorry, for the application for shared tenancies?
Tony?
Shared, well, we have a single form.
Continuing tenancies, rollover.
So in essence, Chair, we have a single form for all tenancy applications.
Right.
So that will fit a number of criteria,
right,
and allow agricultural and non-agricultural opportunities to be evaluated at the same time.
Thank you. Seems to me to be apple pie and motherhood. Anybody got any questions? Agreed. 13.
Now 13 is a bit longer, and this covers evaluation criteria. And I think what it's saying is the evaluation criteria for tenancies should be reviewed and aligned to the criteria which are made public to applicants on the council's website. So as the council is consistently and transparently reflects the ways in which the applicants will be evaluated. So they will know how they're going to be evaluated. The revised criteria must have due regard to discrimination issues and specifically must not include exclusions prohibited under discrimination legislation, which I hope it wouldn't anyway. So this is the Audit recommendation. And then there's, I'll read it through just so as you get lifestyle applicants should not be dismissed if they're offering a good rent for the farm and should be progressed through the interview and evaluation process. The requirement that houses are not sublet should be publicised in advertisements to avoid time being wasted evaluating tenants whose business plans are not suitable. So that's part 1 of 13.
Sorry, can I just hold you there? Tony, do we have any subletting going on?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'd need to double check. The subletting
is fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Nigel.
And I think, yes, so I think the management responses are, well, let me just, I'll do part 2 as well and then deal with it all together. Part 2 is, given the county's budget situation, it would be expected that greater emphasis should be placed on the need to obtain the best possible return from county farms, provided the return is sustainable. I think that's something we would probably do anyway. And it's recommended that the current evaluation process is amended with the greatest weighting placed on financial criteria. Now, this is what the audit recommendation was. If candidates meet basic expectations in terms of presenting a robust business plan, having sufficient experience, financial backing, and appropriate plans for environmental management of the property, the tenancy should then be awarded to the candidate who's able to best offer the highest level of commercial rent. The recommended approach is to establish a standard baseline score, which candidates must meet across non-financial criteria, and the award tenancies to the highest bidding candidate who's met those criteria. So
if any, presumably.
Yeah. So that is part 2, and part 3, where tenancy applications are contingent on extensions or inward investment into a holding. The estimated costs and impacts of this must be taken into account in the evaluation of the tenancy, offset against the applicant's proposed rent amount. A formal approval in principle for the additional investment should be sought at this stage, as this is effectively when the council is committing to incur these costs. The tenancy length awarded should also be reflect such requirements realistically. If a tenant is required to be longer than 5 years to pay back the initial investment required, and this should be recognized and evaluated at the outset. So I think in summary, what the internal audit recommendation there is suggesting is more rigor on the selection process, and all the constituent elements are there. And I think we as Mazars, well, management have said, and Tony may want to comment on this after, agreed in part, this appears to be several recommendations. The evaluation criteria and process will be reviewed to ensure that consistent approach to decision-making and evaluation of business cases is in place. Evaluation selection criteria have been reviewed and will be assessed for equality compliance. So that's agreeing with that. The council has a growing range of non-financial policies that it wishes to incorporate into the commercial and other decisions, such as social value and climate change. These may influence evaluation selection processes. A clear route for formal approval of any exceptions to the normal approach by the head of property and the County Farms Working Group would be introduced. This will also introduce a process of review of the successful applications by the County Farms Working Group or Commercial and Investment Committee, or other such process as is approved, to ensure greater oversight. Evaluation and selection criteria have been reviewed and will be assessed for equality compliance. The council will review and formalise their approach to lifestyle tenants, noting that whilst they may offer superior rental return, they may provide lesser contributions to the local economy and community compared to an agricultural or rural-based business. This reflects the council's objective to optimise the returns, not maximise rents. It may be counterproductive to wider council objectives if employment and other local functions or opportunities are reduced, or other farms' estate objectives and benefits are adversely impacted. The length of tenancies and extensions will also be reviewed. So I think in summary, management have said we agree, but we don't want to make it all, we might want less emphasis on the commercial rent and the absolute profit out of the deal, and we have to consider the other factors I mentioned. So I think, unless Tony thinks I've got anything wrong, that's going to be implemented, and it seems from Mazars' point of view to be very sensible.
Right, that's your longest.
That is my longest bit. Yeah, there you go.
Right, this is quite convoluted and complex. I suggest we deal with it section by section. So I'd like to start with discrimination. Anybody got any comments on that? John, you've got a hand up. Is that a legacy hand or?
No. Well, first of all, I was going to ask what a lifestyle applicant is.
Tony?
Explain that.
I confess I'm not entirely sure. I think it was a terminology that came out of the audit earlier. I think it's generally, and if we separate, it's probably useful at this point to separate out a conventional farm tenancy. So if, let's say, we were letting a farm of 250 acres that's going to go for farming mostly, with, say, the manor farm tenancy, which was a house with a barn that was going to be used for a rural-based business. I would say that a lifestyle tenancy is where someone is primarily looking to have a residential property in a rural setting and may conduct a business or hobby of a rural nature, be that a farm with a few sheep or horses or something similar. So it's, their primary objective is a rural dwelling rather than running an agricultural or rural business.
John?
No, that's okay for that. I've got a comment on the second.
That's
part.
fine. Councillor Maguire. Can't hear you. That's right.
First of all, Chairman, I've acceded to your request that you don't. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Some of the time.
Can you hear me okay, Chairman?
Some of the time.
Oh, so even turning my video off is not helping.
Well, it's helping,
but
but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, at least you don't have to look at me. Chairman, I know, I presume most members know that how we county first got involved with county farms, like many county councils. I think it was just after the Second World War, where there was a need to try to allow returning soldiers, demobbed soldiers, who wanted to get into agriculture, an opportunity to do so. Things have moved on considerably since then, and our philosophy has changed. I can remember when I first came on this council, we were even selling off some of our farm estate, but fortunately that was stopped eventually, and we kept a lot of it. So I fully support this agenda. I know you want to take this section by section, but it's very difficult. To me, I think I am just so surprised that this isn't already our policy. We're actually suggesting it, but that's true of many of the things that we're having to face today. I'm so surprised that we're doing it. But I just wanted to say that in general, I agree with the recommendations. So I appreciate you want to take it bit by bit. But I'll leave it at that, Chairman, because if I am breaking up, it's very difficult to explain exactly what my thinking is.
Fine. Thank you, Mac. And we're poorer because we can't see you. Councillor Williams. Can't hear you.
Yes. Are we going on to the second part now?
Well, when we finish the first part, I just want to be clear whether we have. Anybody want to speak on the first part?
I've spoken on the first part.
No, that's all right. Anybody else? No, right. So we can go on to the second part. John.
Okay. Two things that, well, the thing that seems to be missing from this, which came out of the investigation, was the need in certain circumstances for planning permission, either for change of use or for a change of building. That doesn't really come into this, and I wonder whether we ought to be giving some weight as to whether or not the applicant requires that planning consent to enable them to continue with their to become a tenant and to carry on their business.
Okay. Ian.
I see no reference in the report that I'm looking at that mentions about planning, Mr. Chairman. So can we stick to item 2 as you suggest, please?
No, that's my point, Ian. It doesn't mention planning when you're looking
therefore, it is not a matter for this discussion. We're talking about what is in the recommendations. That can be dealt with this later.
No,
not now.
I'm saying the recommendation doesn't cover the issue of requiring planning permission when you come to decide what the criteria should be to give someone a tenancy.
This is not a matter for discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I think John's raised it, so the discussion has been had.
We're discussing here a recommendation
about how
we should go about.
John, you've raised it.
And I'm suggesting that in that criteria, we should take into account whether or not planning permission is required.
You're just recapitulating, John. That's fine.
Sorry, but you know,
it's all right. It's all right. Now, I'm struggling because I would thought we were when we went from lifestyle, we should be looking at the requirement that houses are not sublet. Have I lost direction here? I've got two hands up, which may both be hangovers. Right.
You are correct, Chairman. The next level is subletting.
Right. So can we deal with subletting, please? Anybody want to make a comment about subletting? John, is your comment about subletting? Can't hear. Right, John's disappeared. Councillor Maguire. You're currently muted, Mac. Thank you.
I'm happy with the way it's worded.
That's fine.
Not according to my, not Chairman.
Sorry, not according to.
Can you hear?
In and out, Mac.
Okay, I have had a message from somebody else saying they can hear me perfectly clearly. But anyway, obviously it's the system. As far as subletting is concerned, I think the suggestion in here that the requirement that houses are not sublet should be publicised. That's perfectly sensible to me. I don't think personally our tenants should be subletting houses. So put it in the advert. They make it clear at all stages that you can't sublet.
Fine. I don't see this being contentious. Are we happy to agree that? I see no dissent coming up other than from Councillor Maguire, who's still got his hand up. Right. So I'm now going on to 3, best possible returns. Nigel, can you just remind us, because we've, this is taking.
Yes, I think this is really, should the best possible returns, how much of the criteria should be best possible return be financially and profit and rental, as opposed to such things as contributions to the local economy, etc. And I think the audit recommendation was very financial based, and I think Tony and management comments was yes, but we need to consider other things as well, and the financial is not the only criteria, so we have to be careful. I think
so. It's not the be all and end all.
Not the be all. Is that? I think that's what you were saying, Tony. But I'll leave it to you to say so. Tony,
is that a fair summary?
Yep, absolutely spot on, Chair.
Right, I've got a plethora of hands. I think Councillor Williams has had a microphone recently, so we'll start with Councillor Rogers.
I think part of the council's responsibility is a social factor as well. And I think that the social factors that apply to farming are probably more important in this particular aspect. I therefore agree with what the officers' recommendation, that there should be flexibility in this particular instance.
Graham?
I agree with that flexibility. I'm just unclear how it will be undertaken and precisely who will do it, because it does say in the response that the underlying principle is to grant the offer to the tenant offering the highest rent, as long as it's also aligned to the other estate priorities and strategies. So does that imply that if I get a tick for all these other things as I just meet a minimum, I will be chosen if I'm the highest rent? Or are we going to have a scoring system which takes account of, as Terry has said, about social aspects and climate change and equality and diversity and the like? I'm not quite clear how that's going to work in practice.
Tony?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, if I can just come back on a point that Councillor Maguire raised, we do already have a scoring system, and there was a scoring system in use at the time of Manor Farm and other tenancies. I think in essence, what this recommendation is saying, that needs to be improved, and we're in the process of doing that. I think, as it says there, that we are in a slightly odd situation where we're running what is essentially a commercially orientated portfolio, but on behalf of a public sector body with wider remits, as as Councillor Rogers and others have alluded to, in terms of social values, supporting council objectives, etc. We need to tighten up the process, but the underlying principle, which we're bound to in terms of value for money with the council, is to go for the highest rent, as long as there is no good, valid reasons not to. But we need to take into account the full range of figures. But the starting point is, what is the best rent? Is that rent sustainable? And is the tenant credible and their business plan credible in terms of awarding it? So obviously, if someone massively overbids and lacks experience, we may well decide not to proceed with that, because we may be looking at business failure and all the costs and things that come with that. But I think reinforce that the underlying principle is the highest realistic and sustainable bid, backed up by evaluation of the business plan of the tenant themselves, is the one that we would ordinarily go for. If there are departures, as it says, for particular environmental benefits or others, then we will evaluate those and go through a suitable approval process.
If there are departures, who decides?
That would come through myself and would go to, depending on the value, either the County Farms working group or, if necessary, Commercial Investment Committee.
Thank you. John?
Thank you. That was the question I was going to ask.
Sorry, I stole your thunder. Right. Right, so I think that gets us to where tenancy applications are contingent on, e.g. extensions or other inward investment. Do we have any comments on this? And we are teetering dangerously near planning approval there, but I leave it to members. No comments? John?
Just to say, sorry, that was the section I was commenting on.
Fine, okay. So if that's agreed.
Sorry, Chair, did we get an answer about what the implications are if planning approval is going to be needed for a tenancy, as to whether or not the whole process is delayed for that period whilst the planning permission is sought, or whether, because it's complicated, we go to a different applicant?
Tony?
Yeah, so I think first thing to say, Chair, is that it's very unusual for planning or very substantial investment to be required at the start of a tenancy. As you appreciate, ordinarily with a farm and a farm tenant coming in, then they will just look to farm and not require those, other than perhaps some drainage or some other minor improvements to the farm. But where a tenancy is contingent on planning or some other thing, we will have to make an evaluation, and I would regard it as a departure from the standard process. And again, I think we would refer that up towards the County Farms working group, depending on values, for a steer if we are going to delay awarding a tenancy based on a requirement for substantial investment or some other criteria such as planning consent. Because again, we have to treat all tenants fairly. So if one has put forward a dramatically different proposal that involves, as I say, investment or delay, then we need to go through an appropriate process for that. But it is unusual in terms of the farms estate as a whole for that to be a requirement.
Terry? Can't hear you.
Sorry, Chair. I mean, referring to planning, it's already implicit, I think, where it says extensions are under the investments into a holding the estimated costs and impacts. That's quite clear to me that particular aspect was already covered.
Any other comments? In that case, are we, assuming that we're happy with the words there, we move on to the last blob, which is a tenancy length awarded should also reflect such requirements realistically, etc. Any comments there? I get a sense of comment fatigue. It does strike me that we've been going for an hour and 3/4. We could stop for an early lunch. We could have a little break and then come back and do a bit more until we get to the more usual time for lunch? Or we could, how do members feel? Are you happy to continue, or shall we have a pause of some length?
Could we have a 5-minute pause and I'll come back and then take lunch around 1:30, Chair?
Well, I've got a thumbs up from Councillor Maguire. So that looks like 2-0, so we'll have a 5-minute break.
You can hear me, Chairman, that was thumbs up for taking a break.
Good, you've got it. Okay, 5 minutes. It's 15:15 now, 20 past.
No. You've got food.
Dan, that's the 5 minutes. Can you bring us back to get on video, please?
Chairman, you are still streaming.
We are still streaming. Good. Right. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members, 6 members, 7 members. Good. Start my video. Start video. Right. Good. I think we got to the end of 13. So we'll now battle on to 14. While rental levels should be realistic and achievable. Nigel. You're muted.
Nigel. Where is he?
I am.
That's 10pence in the fault box, yes?
Yeah, 10pence in the fault box. The rental levels should be realistic and achievable based on planned use of the farm. It's recommended that the service would drive much greater value from its estate if competitive bidding process were introduced to allow tenants who make it through to interview stage to formally review and rebid on their rental offers. The team should also establish the largest rent value for each property at re-rental. So I think the main recommendation here is that we don't just take the first bid, but we introduce some competitive bidding. And this has been accepted by management, and we agree with that as well. So, it's just being a bit more commercial about things and trying to extract greater value. So it seems very sensible to me.
Thank you. I see that there's a reference to purely competitive bidding, and I think we've had some comment about we don't actually mean that.
Well, yeah,
precisely.
Precisely. But I think what it means is, just
that's my stupidity.
Give them a chance to bid again.
Right. Any comments, members? I see that this was completed in January 21. For some reason, it's not been agreed. I see no indication of people wishing to speak. I therefore want to accept that as the recommendation. Tony, January 21?
Yes, we'd already reviewed our process. Just to be clear, we have had a process based on a competitive rental process as part of the pre-existing tendering process. We've just reviewed and tweaked that, and that process has been completed.
Thank you. I intend to go to 15, which is formal process introduced for succession tenancies. Nigel.
Okay, yes, and as you say, Mr. Chairman, a formal process should be introduced for succession tenancy applications, including the retention of relevant documentation in line with the council's standard retention policy and the formal sourcing of applicants. Audit has already earlier recommended the establishment of a baseline score for non-financial criteria, and this could also be applied as a minimum cut-off score below which prospective succession tenants will not be considered. The process should also specify that succession tenancies will not be let at below market rate. And I think this has been agreed by management, and we agree with it as well. It's a fairly straightforward one, I think.
Good. What happens if nobody gets over the threshold? Tony, I suspect that's one for you.
Yeah.
Do we then go back and reconsider people that we rejected last time?
Well, if the threshold's met and we decide that they're not a suitable tenant, then we will need to look at other options for the tenancy, which may be to pursue other avenues, re-advertise, whatever the appropriate response may be. But we're not going to simply grant a tenancy to find a tenant, as it were. We need to find the route to find the most suitable tenant.
Right, but I hear that. I think I'm making a slightly different point. We've got a series of thresholds. They don't meet it. We consider the rest of the market. Nobody meets it. Do they then get a second bite at the cherry?
The short answer is yes, they can reapply, and hopefully they've sharpened their pencils and improved their bid. I mean, it's not a situation that we come across very often,
Right.
but we were reluctant to let to unsuitable tenants.
Fine. Right. I'm happy to go on to 16.
Yeah.
Good.
This is one where management doesn't totally agree with internal audit. So I'll read the recommendation in full and the management comment. In order to get best value from the estate, the County Farms team should cease the practice of offering succession tenancies where there is no legal requirement to do so for anything other than AHA tenancies. When a farm comes up
AHA,
Tony?
Agricultural Holding Act 1986.
When a farm comes up for renewal, it should be advertised on the open market as standard, with any interested successors free to apply and their applications judged against other candidates according to the standard County Farms process. Now, that was the audit recommendation, the management comments, which Tony can comment on in a minute. The council has not agreed. The council has an existing succession policy. This will be reviewed. However, a blanket exclusion has not been evidenced as best value, given the potential benefits and asset management opportunities. Carefully managed and appropriate succession tenancies can provide for good estate management. Process for managing and evaluation succession tenancy programs will be agreed with members. And that's what the head of properties agreed to do. So I don't think it's agreed, but there were the comments from Tony. I don't know if you've got anything to add, Tony.
No, I think it, in our view, slightly contradicts the previous recommendation.
Yes.
Commercial Investment Committee agreed a succession policy within the strategic review that was approved in February 2020 that sets out a clear process for considering succession tenancies. Succession tenancies have historically been part of the agricultural tenancy process. We consider it appropriate to consider them under appropriate circumstances as part of our estate management and not be fettered to prevent that. And as an example, succession where perhaps a farmer's child has worked on the farm with their parent for many years, has a detailed understanding of that holding, and so forth, and may be best placed to take it forward. But there is a clear criteria set out in the CNI approved strategy from last year.
Ian, you look as if you're poised for thought. Muted.
Sorry, only, Mr. Chairman, that I remember the discussion at CNI, and I thought it was a very useful conversation that we had with succession, because as Tony's just indicated, there are sons and daughters who've been part of the farm and worked the farm for many, many years. So I think I don't agree with what I call all of it, but I think by what I've heard at CNI previously and what Tony's just said, I think there needs to be those considerations brought forward for sons and daughters, etc., to can be considered for succession. Succession is quite important, actually, I think, in running the business, understanding the farming, surrounding areas, etc. So in essence, I'm content with the policy that we've currently got, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I mean, it seems to me that we've got a conflict of objectives here. Are we saying, Tony, that we would give a succession tenancy, even though that was not the best value, and we could get more going out?
That is one of numerous potential scenarios where, in overview, the succession offers the best outcomes for the council beyond purely the rent. Then that may be a possibility, as long as it's in line with the council's already agreed policy. So that is a potential outcome, but it is not the only one. But what this recommendation is suggesting is a unilateral ban, I think, on succession, which we fundamentally don't agree with, because, as Councillor Bates has pointed out, that is a fundamental part of farming and has been for a very long time.
Yeah, but I still see this clash between your objectives, as stated elsewhere in the document, of maximising council revenue.
Well, it comes back to the strategy review made clear that we are to optimise revenue, not maximise. That's one of the fundamental points. It's to achieve the best overall outcome, because at the end of the day, with the farms estate, we are looking over time spans which span into decades and beyond. We've had the farms estate for a very long time, and we are looking at the long-term protection of those assets. And so whilst we want to maximise our revenue income as far as we can, we also want to make sure we protect those assets and development over the long term, because they provide many other benefits to the council. So it's the optimising the rent within the bigger picture of all the different criteria we're considering.
The phrase weasel words comes to me. Terry.
Chair, this decision was taken by C&I, and I have to declare an interest. I sit on C&I, and this discussion was quite detailed at that particular meeting. If any recommendation we should make, we would go back to C&I and ask them to review their decision, but I think that's all we can do. This is a decision taken by C&I already in January this year, and I feel that we shouldn't impose on C&I except to ask, do they need to review their decision? But otherwise, that's as far as I would go.
Graham.
I agree with Terry. I think it's worth just asking C&I to review their decision. I can see the benefits of succession policy, because you want farmers to be thinking long term, and if they've got youngsters who are working on the farm, they're more likely to be thinking 10, 20, 30 years ahead rather than just next couple of years, if they feel that they might lose the tenancy if their father, mother died. I was trying to think, and I don't actually know, if I was in a house from a affordable housing provider, and my mother, who was the tenant holder, died, would I then become homeless, or do I have any rights over that house? And I have a feeling that I wouldn't have any rights over that house, even if I was an adult. And I also don't know what other counties do with their county farms. Do we have any information on that we might be able to compare ourselves with?
Tony, on the last point?
I would need to check, Chair, what other county farms estates do and can report back either to this committee or C&I. I'm fairly confident that some of them will similarly facilitate some degree of succession. As I say, it's a normal commercial practice within the agricultural community.
And we, of course, are the largest county farms estate by some considerable measure. So
correct.
It may be of less significance. Councillor Bates.
I'm only going to agree with Councillor Rogers, because I am on commercial and investments, and I was part of the discussion and the decision which Councillor Rogers has referred to. So I just want to put that on the record, Mr. Chairman. But
thank you.
I think actually Terry's suggestion is a sensible one. If we wish it to be reviewed, it should go to the appropriate committee, and we're not.
Right, thank you. I have been in and out on C&I, so I'm not sure whether I was at the time this decision was made. I mean, I read, with any interested successors free to apply and their applications judged against other candidates according to the standard county farms process. It seems to me that if I were Tony, I would give extra marks for somebody who's already there, because we wouldn't have the changeover costs and we wouldn't have all sorts of things. But I can't see what's wrong with them having to apply, so that we do identify what they're prepared to offer as against what other people might be prepared to offer, and take an informed decision, bearing in mind Tony's sensitivities on this, so on. Right. So where are we on this?
17.
No, 16.
Oh, no.
I haven't got a date on this.
There's no date from our point of view, Chair. As I say, we don't agree with the fundamental principle of banning succession tenancies. As I say, it contradicts the previous recommendation, which makes recommendations in respect of having succession tenancies, and it contradicts the previous Commercial Investment Committee succession policy included within the Farms Estate Strategic Review. So that from our perspective, there is no work to be done on this. Obviously, if this committee decides to refer it to CNI as you've discussed, then that would change.
Right, but how would it be if, in order to drive best value from the estate, the county farms team should, when a farm comes up for renewal, and just skip the succession planning paragraph, and then say that succession tenants can apply and be judged?
Because we wish to retain succession planning as, I mean, again, it's one of these which is rare and not very common these days, but it remains a tool within our arsenal of ways to asset manage the farms estate that we would like to retain. And we, as we said earlier, we still have the underlying principle that we will seek to achieve the highest possible rent where that is sustainable in line with the wider policies. So we're looking to retain that tool where we consider it appropriate, but it would be as per the thing, fully documented and through an approval process.
So what's wrong with taking out those words? The county farms team should cease the practice of offering succession tenancies when there is no legal requirement, blah, blah, blah. Just leave it out. When a farm comes up for renewal, it should be advertised on the open market as standard, with any interested successors free to apply. That seems to me to be an understandable policy.
But I think what we're saying is that is the policy that CNI has put in place. Yeah. So there's nothing to refer back. Yeah.
When a farm comes up, we should continue to have it advertised.
But that then counts against succession farming, and I think the point that people have made is that CNI have agreed that succession tenancies.
No, it would be considered, Graham, against all other bids.
Indeed, but I think what I'm trying to argue either way. I'm just trying to clarify from Tony's point of view. I thought that the first thing he does is review whether or not a succession tenancy makes sense, and only if it doesn't make sense does he then go out to advertisement, and so it saves the time of other people who potentially would be submitting business plans from putting a lot of effort
which may be at a higher value.
Well, indeed, which is why I think a number of us are suggesting that CNI should review their decision that even where there's no legal requirement to offer succession, we should stop that practice, and all farms coming up for renewal should be advertised on the open market, and succession tenancies bid against those other people externally. But that's not the decision from CNI so far. That's the point.
Right. So where you are is we should offer this back to CNI.
Correct.
Right. I just wanted to get that clear. Councillor Hudson, you've been quiet for a bit.
Thank you, Chair. I quite agree with a lot of what's been said, and I particularly agree with what Tony has said. When you're farming, you obviously look to the future, not next year, not the year before, after that, and the year after, and the year after that. And if we have a good tenant bringing a good income to the county council, and when the tenancy is up for renewal, whether it's succession, father to son, or the present tenant wants to renew his lease or his new tenancy, there will be a rent review. And I think it's important that our county farms and our farmers and our tenants have the opportunity to farm and plan for future years ahead. It actually can go back to CNI, and if it goes back to CNI, fair enough. I just hope they think of the words I've just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire.
First of all, can you hear me, Chairman?
Yes, loud and clear.
Good. We seem to be making a mountain out of a molehill here.
Yeah.
You seem to be saying that we should not have this in the recommendation. But as I understand what Tony is saying is he does not agree with the recommendation that we should just take that the succession tenancy out of it. I believe that CNI, and what we're being told is that CNI already have an agreement in regard to succession planning, and therefore we should leave it as it is. And that's my view as well. I think we should just leave it as it is not agreed, and that's what I would suggest is the right way forward. We don't agree that succession tenancies, where there's no legal requirement to do so, should be removed. No, we should have a succession planning policy in place.
Thank you. Councillor Bates.
I'm just going to agree, I think, with Councillor Maguire. I think he's just stolen my words. The only possible way forward, Mr. Chairman, if there is some discussion about it, is to ask the head of property, Tony, to take it to the members, what is it called, the working group, and discuss it, because there are implications for some of the other discussions that we've had earlier on some of the other recommendations. But in essence, I agree with Councillor Maguire. Don't change it.
I think there's a consensus emerging that Dawn will have captured. Okay, Dawn? Thank you.
Do you want to just tell us what that is, Chair?
Well, I carefully avoided that, Graham. I'm getting very tired.
I think the consensus is that the majority of us are content with the recommendation that Tony should use his discretion to continue to consider succession tenancies.
Tony, are you happy with those words having been put in your mouth?
Yes, Chair, I will comply with the existing Commercial Investment Committee policy in its entirety.
I think that gets us to 17.
Yes.
Interest rates.
Yes. 17, it says the internal audit recommendation was that the council farms team should take legal advice on the interest rates currently used in their tenancy agreement and consider lowering the default interest rate in any new tenancies granted to reflect the present low interest rates that exist, and ensure that such rates are enforceable by the council. So there's some concern that if they're too high, they might not be enforceable given current low interest rates. Again, I think this has been agreed by management, and we also agree that this is reasonable as well. And
it says not agreed on my version.
17 says agreed in mine.
Ooh, well, we've got it.
It's agreed.
Yeah.
Oh, mine definitely says not agreed, but never mind. As long as we're agreed.
16 and 18 say not agreed, but 17 says agreed here. Tony, am I right? It's agreed.
No, not agreed, Nigel.
Ah, so I don't know why this says agreed then. Okay, then fine. Okay, so not agreed. So, okay.
Tony, why is it not agreed?
Firstly, we need to just curious to understand from auditors or the lawyers why they think it's why they think the interest rate at 9% is not legally enforceable. So we seek some clarity on that. Secondly, as we put in our response, the council already charges 8.1% on its debts, or has the legal ability to do so under the Late Payments of Commercial Debts Act. So the 9% is only less than 1 percentage point above what the council can charge on its other debts. So we're in the same ballpark. And we've also used this interest rate where we have charged interest, and obviously we discussed the application of interest earlier, but we have successfully used this and recovered that interest in legal proceedings in the past. So it is our view that 9% is sustainable and legally enforceable, and our query is what is the basis for it not being so, given that it is very similar to the council's general debt rate.
Can I ask Tom, how often do we charge 9%?
Very rarely, I would say, Chairman. I'm not aware of a case in my tenure in my current role where we've needed to do that.
Well, which role is that? It's confusing with you these days.
Yes, I'm still the Deputy Chief Finance Officer until the end of April.
Right.
Yeah, I think I'm conscious we probably don't want to get into too much detail about how the council handles problem debt cases in public session. and maybe some of the confusion arises that we're not adverse to liaising further with auditors and legal colleagues to understand more about their concern on that issue. But as Tony says, we don't think there's a significant issue there, but we will have a further look at it.
So the recommendation is that this further consultation with financial experts and county farms be invited to take place. Is that okay, Tony?
Yes, Chair. Yeah, that's fine.
Tom, are you happy with that? Fine.
Yep.
Dawn, have you got that? Good. So that's 17.
Chairman, I do have my hand up.
I'm so sorry, Mac. I do apologise.
Yeah, Chairman, apologies. I'm slightly confused because I do understand that although our document says not agreed, we just had that discussion. I understand the public document does say it was agreed. And I wasn't sure what it is we are now agreeing on. Are we supporting the view that the farm interest rate should be 8% or whatever it is above the bank rate? Is that what we're supporting here, or is it that we're actually saying we should not be charging that level of interest?
My understanding, Mac, and I ask committee members to correct me, is that we've asked for a review between Tony and Tom's organised hierarchies to resolve the issue.
I endorse that, Chair.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, Mac?
Okay, I think I understand. You're leaving it to the officers to sort out rather than make a recommendation to say.
Yes.
Chair, I read it as by law we can charge 1%, 8% above interest rate, and whether or not we can charge 9%, we're asking for legal advice. And presumably, if that legal advice says we can, then we will continue charging 9%. And if it says we can't, then we will default to what we can charge, which is 8% above bank rate.
I think I don't want to prejudge the results of the conversations between finance and property. And if they need to take legal advice, clearly they will do so.
So that's probably why it says it's been agreed.
Yeah.
Right. Are we all right to move on? I'm looking at 20. Are we?
18, I think.
Oh my goodness, I was trying to get ahead. 18 even, which is
delegated authority.
Yeah, go on.
Now, this again is one that's not agreed by management, so I'm going to read it all out in the management comments. Following this is the internal audit recommendation, was following discussions with the current head of property regarding the immediate improvements which can be made within the county farms team. It has been now current head of property means the head of property, I think at the time of the audit report, not now. It's been agreed that an equivalent to the delegated authority form used at Peterborough will be introduced to document the approval of new leases. It is understood this will require authorisation from the head of finance for leases over £5,000, and the monitoring officer will also be asked for approval in any particularly complex or significant matters. The management response here is not agreed. See commentary in recommendation 1. The authority levels and process at Peterborough reflect the fact that the unique and very different situation in respect to property management at Peterborough property staff are not direct council employees. There does not appear to be a clear need for the benefit of Cambridgeshire Farms matters being referred to the CCC head of finance, as there are sufficient permanently employed officers within the adequate council approval levels under the council's existing scheme of authorisation, including the recently appointed head of property. It is agreed a form recording decisions is required, and that there should be referrals to the monitoring officer in accordance with the council's constitution and policies. So, and our conclusion was that the head of properties management responses seem reasonable, and therefore it seems reasonable to go with what Tony is suggesting. But I read it all out because this one is not agreed.
Who wants to go first? Councillor Wilson.
Can I just check, Nigel, from what you're reading, isn't the same document that I was just looking at?
No, so I think that became apparent in the in the last question, because I had agreed on it, and the public document is the same as mine. So I'm reading from the latest version of our report, but I'm not quite sure what the difference is.
Okay, because you just described more detail about what happens in Peterborough than I think we've got, which is useful background information, but it's not a big deal.
Okay.
What we've got is if a paragraph which says if tenancies are to be offered to members or officers, then this and any matters of concern will be referred to the monitoring officer. Now, I think from the discussion that we had earlier, we felt that once a decision has been made as to whether or not that is appropriate, then actually it needs to be referred further up the chain within the council to the members, so that members either through CNI or general purpose committee are aware that this application from a member or an officer has been submitted, and it is escalated through the decision-making process as to whether or not that should be accepted, to avoid any apparent conflicts of interest and the like. Now that's not included here, and I would want some clarification as to precisely what the monitoring officer would propose to do when it is referred to him.
Fiona, do you want to come in now?
I'm not sure this recommendation is dealing specifically with those leases that might be from officers or members, Councillor Wilson. I think this is just generally in terms of new leases and levels of what those leases are. So for leases over £5,000, they're talking about, and that I would be asked for approval in particularly complex and significant matters, which I would be doing under contract procedure rules or finance management rules anyway, which are set out in the Constitution.
But it does specifically say if tenancies are to be offered to members or officers. It doesn't refer to complicated ones or straightforward ones or any. It's just, it implies if any tenancy is to be offered to a member or officer, then this and any matters of concerns will be referred to the monitoring officer. And I would have thought there's an expectation amongst councillors and the public that it's referred higher up through the decision process, so that there is no apparent conflicts of interest.
I think that comes back to what we were talking back at recommendation 11, which was what sort of process we could put in place to manage conflicts of interest as a council and for councillors or officers involved in this kind of situation. And that's what we're going to go away and come back with some more detail on at a later meeting.
Okay, so it won't just be the description in here. There will be more flesh put on the bones.
A policy, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Bates.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're being asked about delegation authority, which is something which happens in Peterborough, and it's different in Peterborough because the staff, I think, are not county council employed staff. So I'm very content to accept the recommendations that we don't have that delegation form that Peterborough is using. I think the other discussion actually is a different kettle of fish. So I'm quite happy for the one, and I think we've had the discussion about two.
And somebody wanted to say something whom I rudely cut across.
That was me, Chair, Tony Cooper.
Right, Tony.
Just to come back on the earlier point, the reference to any tenancies to member and officers is caveated with the fact that it's notwithstanding whatever may come out of recommendation 11, which the monitoring officers referred to. So clearly, if there's a policy there that says something different, that will take precedence. But I think it's just a reassurance that if there is something potentially contentious, it would go up through whatever the appropriate process was.
We all right with that? Okay. So we now roll into 19, and I have to say my ability to concentrate on this is beginning to wane. So I'm likely to call for an earlier lunch than Terry suggested in his earlier plea. 19.
Okay, 19 is an agreed recommendation. So I will just read out the highlights. It is recommended that formal guidance to officers within the county farms team about the rent review process is produced in line with RICS, which I think is the Institute's guidance. The process should be refreshed to consider the inclusion of various things like index linking, etc. So I think what it's saying is refresh it, bring it up to date, and issue as guidance to officers. The management comment is agreed, noting that rent review processes will reflect appropriate RICS Institute CAAV, which I'm not sure what.
Can we just be clear? That's Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'm not quite sure what CAAV is, Tony.
It's the Central Association of Agricultural Valuers.
Right. Okay. And other relevant relevant practice to ensure that tenancies offer commercially acceptable and attractive terms to tenants to achieve the best outcomes. The use of indices raises questions about best value. Between 2007 and 17, for example, agricultural rents rose on an average by 4.5% per annum. That's from Savills benchmarking data 2018. But CPI, CPI, that's the interest rate, I think, isn't it, Tony?
That's the consumer price index.
Price in indices, yeah, was 2.8%, but the interest went up 4.5%. Any usage of indices would need to demonstrate the linkage between the index and the market rents to ensure it did not prejudice either landlord or tenant relative to the market conditions. So I think we agree with Tony's comments there that seems sensible, and the formal guidance should be produced.
My concern would be that an index may well be a national index and not reflect local circumstances. Members. Councillor Maguire, who's currently mute.
No, I'm not. Hopefully, I'm not now, Chairman.
Correct.
Chairman, good. I want to pick up the point you made, because I think you're about to suggest a lunch break. And could I make a suggestion over lunch that we try to work from the same document? I think Nigel, if I'm right, reading from the adjusted recommendations in Mazar's Appendix 4, which shows this particular item 19 is agreed, whereas our paper says part agreed. I've had a message sent to me by one of our observing councillors that the document that's now in the public arena is probably based on the Mazar one rather than the one that we've been asked to read from, which is the one at the back of the big pile of documents, as you pointed out earlier this morning. So could over lunchtime they try to agree which one we're actually working to, so that people, poor simple souls like me, don't get confused as to what is agreed and what is not agreed. Thank you.
I'm slightly bothered about him describing himself as a poor simple soul. Any other comments? Mac, your hand's up. Mac, oh, right, that's better. Right. So what are we agreed on this?
Agreed what head of property has stated in the final column.
Splendid. Thank you, Terry.
And the date, of course.
And the date. Good. Well, it's 1 o'clock, and as I say, I'm beginning to lose the will to live here, and finding it very difficult to concentrate on this. And this is important stuff and needs proper concentration. So I'm minded to bring forward lunch, unless anybody's got their Deliveroo form timed for 1:30. No, in that case, I'd like to call half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. What do people want? Graham?
Half an hour would be great, but could we just clarify with Mac which document we're going to use? I think that so that we can look it up before we come back. Which one would you like us to work from, Chair?
Yes, I think it's very important the public have the same document that we're working to.
I'm using the public one. That's the only one I've got, actually. So if we want to use the one you've got, I will need to be sent it. But otherwise, I'm using the one I've got.
Same here.
Chair, can I suggest then that members check over the break, find it's Appendix 4 of the Mazars report, which is the colour document. It's about a third of the way through the pack, and we are on page 53. No, 51 of that at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay. Mac, you've still got your hand up.
That's deliberate, Chairman. I've just put it up again because
right.
What Fiona has just said is what I was going to say. We should be at least working to the same document as the public. And as she points out, if you look at the Mazars report, Appendix 4, page 51, which was what some of us were looking at first thing this morning, then that's the best one to work to. So support that.
And that is the one I have, so that's perfect.
Right. On that basis, can I declare half an hour's lunch? With your permission, thank you. See you in half an hour. I make it just gone 1 o'clock now, so just gone 1:30. Good. Thank you all very much. It's been quite hard, but I think we've made substantial progress, and I thank you for your efforts, and particularly Nigel, whose reading is much improved. Mac, your hand's still up. Do you still want to talk? No. Good.
Technology, Chairman.
Righto. Gillian, I've sent you a very quick email.
Thanks very much. I'll pick it up. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, I think everyone is back.
That's very helpful, thank you. So I would like to resume the meeting. Are people hearing? Right, so I think we ended up at 19. We concluded 19, I believe. So I think that takes us on to 20.
Yes, indeed. 20, a formal policy is required to set out the circumstances under which a rate abatement will be considered and how such abatements will be calculated and approved. Proposed rent abatements or other rent variations should require the same level of authorization as rent reviews, i.e. documented justification for the decision and formal sign-off by 2 managers using designated authority form to be introduced. So this is the internal audit recommendation. Management have agreed this and said the policy should be validated by the County Farms Working Group. So I think that's a policy that is agreed, and nothing much to add from my point of view.
Anybody want to argue against us being in control of rent abatements? All seems to me to be apple pie and motherhood. Therefore, I propose to roll on to 21.
Okay, 21.
There's much longer.
Much longer. So it is agreed. So I'll try and summarize it. But there's a subject too. So I think I'm going to read everything. The County Farms investment procedure should be updated to require evaluation of the cost of the scheme against expected rental price increase on the open market to verify whether the additional income generated from the 7% improvement charge agreed by the sitting tenants would also be sustainable on the open market. The procedure should specify that the council's cost of capital must be taken into account when assessing payback periods for investments. The procedure should specify the net present value calculation should be undertaken to verify the investment has a positive rate of return. It's recommended that this should be done with reference to the social time preference rate recommended in the Green Book produced by Her Majesty's Treasury. The council part, that's part 1. Part 2.
Well, shall we stop there, Nigel, so we don't have to try and remember too much?
We'll take part 1, and then the management comment is agreed subject to establishing a revised improvement charge process that is cost effective in relation to investment values. This will focus on ensuring appropriate payback of the investment over the life of the agreement and subsequent rental uplift or benefit beyond the term of the agreement. For low value investments, the 7% annual improvement charge approach will be reviewed with consideration given to the value of the investment is divided across the remaining years on the lease to ensure the payback by the end of the lease term. The proposed approach is supported by internal audit. So I think that's Tony's response. I think Tony agrees with that, certainly.
Well, let's ask him.
Yeah.
Chair, yes, I agree.
Right. Members, any comments? No comments? Sounds to be approval. Point 2 now, Nigel, please.
Part 2, the council should be assured that the improvements funded by the investment will lead to an uplift in rental value for the property on the open market, which is equivalent to or greater than the monthly cost of the improvement charge. And this should be formally recorded for each investment, or the standard 5-year tenancy term for the tenants needs to be extended to provide security that the investments are paid back in full. Any decision to invest in a property where the investment will be paid back via an improvement charge and a tenancy extension, i.e. the market rental value will not increase significantly, must have a robust business case to justify the investment, as there is an opportunity cost to the council of entering into very long-term tenancies. This should be specific to individual investments. So,
Okay.
And Tony's comments were agreed on that as well. So I think, it's all about, just tightening up these procedures, but I don't know if Tony's got any comments on that.
I see a hand from Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that there's a target date for Tony for May 2021. If he could just let us know how far he's got onto that, please.
Yep, we haven't started this particular one as yet, Chair. It's in the pipeline. As I say, we're reviewing all processes within the farms team, so this will come on, and we're still working to May for this one.
Right, Tony. Same offer as last time. I really would rather set you up to succeed rather than to fail. Do you want to give yourself a little bit more time?
Yeah, Christmas will be fine, Chair.
You didn't specify which Christmas, so that was a non-specific addition, and therefore, right.
Yes. Look, we're working to a plan. I don't want to put myself and my team sort of at risk, as it were, of not achieving these. But we've got a schedule. We're working to it, and I'll stick to it. And if I need to come back and plead for more time, I will do so. But we do have a plan. We're working to it. There are other pressures, but I'd like to stick to that for now. So I'm sure my staff won't thank me, but
I'm sure they will.
We aim to get it done on time.
That's good news for the authority, and I thank you for that. Just think you're a brave man. Right, members, any comments? Complete absence of hands. I think that means that it's accepted. So we can roll on to 22. Capital investment procedure.
Exactly. Part 1. The capital investment procedure should be updated to specify that improvement charges should be uplifted at the rent review in line with actual inflation.
Right, stop there.
Yep, and this is not agreed by management. The capital investment procedure and improvement charge process will be reviewed as per comments on 21, which we've already covered, which does cover all of that. The use of indices will need to be considered in the legal and commercial context of this, and the issues raised in the comments on recommendation 19, rent reviews, are separate from improvement charges, and processes will need to reflect this.
Okay.
So I think we agree with Tony's comments there that it is covered, but nevertheless, we're covering the issue anyway.
Are people clear? Right. Are people happy? Terry, I've got a hand floating there. I'm not sure if it's you or Gillian.
Not me, Chairman.
Not me, Chair.
They all say that. Right. I shall just ignore it. It's a white hand. So, right. So I think we've just agreed 22.1, 22.2.
The County Farms capital investment procedure should be amended to state that the business cases should be produced at an earlier stage in the process. Once an estimated cost for the project has been produced, if the final tender generates a significantly higher cost, for instance, this could be determined as greater than 5% variance to the original proposal, this would then require reapproval. And I think Tony seems to accept that as well. Tony, I don't know if your comments agree with that or not, because they seem to agree with part 1, but we probably ought to just check that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Tony.
Yes, agreed that where there's a significant departure in cost, then that will need reapproval or reconsideration, and we'll include that in the process. But we will, as in essence, follow the council's existing capital investment decision-making process and make sure the farms is aligned to that.
Okay, Nigel.
Yep, that's fine by me.
Okay, roll on.
23. And the practice of allowing tenants to retrospectively ask the council to fund works they have carried out and treat this as an improvement charge is not appropriate and should be immediately discontinued. Tony's comment is agree and complete. So I think that means he's already discontinued it. That's fairly self-explanatory, I think.
Well, my comment on this was 2 words, of which the first is not repeatable and the second is cheek. Right, Graham.
Okay, I was trying to work out all these words, but how frequent has this been? As frequently as this happened in the past, Nigel? Is this a regular occurrence that we're finally stamping out?
We've only obviously looked at the specific instance here, so I think it did arise in this instance, and I don't know how more widespread it is. But
let's ask Tony.
Chair, as you know, I'm relatively new to the council, but I understand from the team that it's not a regular occurrence.
Yeah,
I should think not. Right. Does anybody want to talk about 23? No. 24.
24. The County Farms team should take legal advice regarding the best way to secure repayment of improvement charges. Colleagues in LGSS law, that's the
local government
legal service, yeah, has provided some initial advice that this may be best achieved through introducing funding arrangements in place of improvement charge letters. If a funding agreement were in place regarding an improvement charge, then in any event, in the event that the tenants sought to leave their tenancy earlier than expected, and if payback is not likely to be achieved through an uplift in rent on the open market as a result of the investment, the remaining debt would be enforceable through the courts. So some tightening here of the ways to for the council to actually get its money. I think Tony's comments are this is agreed and comprehensive legal advice is required. That seems to be agreed.
Members? I mean, basically, we should get our money back.
Yeah.
Tony, anything you need to say?
No, Gerard, other than just to clarify, of course, and generally these are improvements to the asset. So if for example, we extend a house or we put drainage into a field, very often the benefit of that improvement and the investment in it will accrue to the council beyond the life of the tenancy. So there needs to be a full evaluation of the investment cost and return, which is obviously discussed in early recommendations, but it's not necessarily for the initial tenant to pay the entire cost of the improvement necessarily, but every case will be judgment based. But if we build a grain store that's going to last for 30 years plus and the tenancy is for 10 years, then we wouldn't expect the initial tenant to pay the entire cost of that grain store, because that would be unreasonable and impractical. So that's my only comment, Chair.
But in that case, is that not accommodated in the improvement charge level?
Correct. I'm just making the general point that we wouldn't, if something's going to last longer than the tenancy, we wouldn't expect the tenant to pay the entire cost of something that lasts far longer and benefits the council.
I think it would be nice if we made that modest addition there, just for clarification. Right, again, 24, any issues? No, lunch has obviously settled you all down. 25.
25, improvement charges should be recorded on the rental agreement spreadsheet. The County Farms team should maintain a record of investments and improvement charges agreed on each property over time. The team should monitor the payback of investments in individual farms, including improvement charges levied on incumbent tenants and considering subsequent uplifts. So just improving housekeeping over improvement charges, and that seems to be agreed with a helpful management comment saying the team will also explore the possibility of charging for improvement charges quarterly. So I think we would, as Mazars, we would concur with that management response.
Agreed and completed. Any comments? Good. 26. Gosh, we're rolling on.
The team should apply and maintain records of improvement charges separate to rent and reflect such charges separately on rent review spreadsheets to ensure they cannot be forgotten in subsequent rent reviews. That has been agreed and seems sensible to us as well.
Any comment? On to 27.
A clear housing standard should be established, as this is a key control over refurbishment processes. A set standard ensures equity between tenants, clarity for officers on what may or may not be funded, and compliance with government's decent home standard. Moreover, it ensures that the long-term sitting tenants are formally offered updates to their housing as appropriate. There should also be a formal documented approval process for the specification of such refurbishment and how the costs will be divided between county farms and the tenants. Management comment is agreed an appropriate standard for houses will be defined and agreed with the county farms working group as guidance for improvement decisions. Again, we agree with that recommendation and the comments made by management.
I think my wife is trying to get me to have a decent housing standard imposed on our place, but Graham.
Well, that's an interesting point, because do you think your wife would have the same housing standards as my wife? So it's all very well saying a clear housing standard should be established, but is it not that we need to agree minimum standards that we will provide? Is that what is meant here?
I think one for
let Tony play.
Tony, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a number of standards. The decent home standard, which is referred to here. There is also the government legislation on the fitness for human habitation. We will set a minimum, a basic clear standard to which all the farmhouses will be put into that condition at the start of tenancies, and that will be based on the government legislation and an informed view referred to the farms working group as to a consistent and reasonable standard for the farms, and then subsequently we will offer tenants improvements during the lifetime of their tenancies where it's appropriate to upgrade the houses. So yes, there will be a clearly defined standard. It will be above the bare minimum, I think, but it will be set out and agreed with the working group as to what condition the houses will be in. There are some responsibilities and liabilities on the tenants, and they have the opportunity to improve themselves beyond what we specify and deliver.
And
I was
just
pleased
to be
to
clear
see
that there's an expectation that when the tenancy finishes, that they leave the place in the same state that they took it over. Is that right?
Yeah, so that applies to the entire farm, including the house dilapidations. It's got to be left in similar condition to that which it was taken.
Good.
But it may be, if I may, Chair, on some occasions tenants are not keen on upgrades over a long period of time, so the house is perhaps to a standard which was 10 or 15 or 20 years old. It doesn't mean it's in poor condition, it just means it's not as modern as it could be.
I was pleased to see the reference to ongoing uplift for existing tenants. I thought that was important. And as you say, it's voluntary. Anybody wish to demur? Nope, agreed. So I think that takes us to 28.
Indeed, there must be a clear division of duties with regards to tender review. The architect may advise whether any bids should not be accepted due to not meeting technical requirements, but county officers must make the decision on award of any procurement in line with agreed delegations. Management response is agreed, and from our point of view at Mazars, it seems very sensible to do that. So no other comment.
And have the staff been so instructed?
Yes, Chair, they have. Indeed, this is general. This is one of those, if I may make a general point, that there was generally a policy in place covering this. On occasions, it may not have been entirely complied with, but there are very clear instructions now that it is to be absolutely followed.
28 going once, going twice, done. 29.
Final proposed specification should be assessed against the county farm standard, and any variations from the standard should have initial approval recorded by a manager along with identification of whether the variation will be funded by the council, and if so, why, or by the tenants, or split by both parties. This document with details of the proposed improvement charge should then be approved in line with agreed delegated authorities. And again, this is agreed by management and seems sensible to Mazars.
Comments? We're obviously in the graveyard slot here, aren't we? Everybody's quiet. Right, thank you. Next.
Okay, 30. If the outcome-focused review report is not retracted, the detail of the financial proposals made in the report should be scrutinized by a qualified member of the finance team, brackets, the strategy and objectives of the farms team, also covered by the outcome-focused review, will be subject to review regardless as an outcome of this audit. If it is considered that the modelling is robust, a project should be initiated to develop and implement the proposals, including a clear timeline and plan for actions to be brought forward and formal reporting on achievement against the 4% income target. If the finance team consider that the modelling requires further work, the content of the outcome-focused review should be revisited and revised prior to development of a formal project. Financial forecasts to the committee should be scrutinised and subject to challenge by a qualified member of the finance team prior to publication. And the management response says, the status of the outcome-focused review requires clarification, noting that Farms Estate strategy and objectives were agreed by the committee in February 2020. So I think you might want a bit more clarification from Tony on that one, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Tony, it's been suggested that you might like to clarify matters.
Yeah, I think in simple terms, Chair, there was an outcome-focused review in the past, and obviously the initial audit recommendations came out some time ago, and in simple terms was superseded by the strategy review, which the Commercial Investment Committee considered last year. So I think we're aware of the outcome-focused review, but we're now working to the latest agreed strategy.
Good. I seem to recall somewhere that there was some question as to the appropriateness and the deliverability of an average 4%. And I just think that if the 4% is modified, then this recommendation will be slightly modified. And Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I'm quite, I think it's quite important that audit and accounts is included in this review. I can see that data completion should be communicated to the audit committee, to us. But I think I'd like to make it a bit stronger than that, and I think that audit and accounts should be able to have an overview on this to make sure that because it's looking at this, it's really it'd be down to the officers, and I'm sure they're very capable of doing that job. But I think that that needs to be overseen by members, and I think the Audit and Accounts Committee is the appropriate committee to do that.
Councillor Bates.
I'm assuming, Mr. Chairman, that if we were to go down the outcomes focused review, there would be terms of reference. It's pretty standard. Okay, and I also assume, and that may be where Tony wants to come in, that the committee he's talking about from the audit report says financial forecast to committee. So I think it goes to C&I. So it's a bit of clarification, please, on those two issues.
Yeah, sorry, Tom.
Yeah, I don't know if it's helpful for me to clarify. So that there are currently no active outcome-focused reviews across the council. So that a lot of the wording, as Tony says in that recommendation, is of some vintage. So it is all concluded and finished and superseded by the policy review that C&I committee has already agreed. Apologies if you can hear some background noise. And then on the specific of the kind of 4% and accountancy and commercial team, but that's been completed by the CNI committee as well.
Tom, can you turn your video off, please? You've gone. We're hearing every other word.
Sorry. So I do really think that I do really think they are matters now for they're kind of policy implementation matters rather than issues of compliance that this committee would supervise.
Okay, well, that's a missed opportunity, isn't it? Okay.
So do we want any changes to the words here, John, or not? Right. Any other comments? Oh, Graham.
Well, I just wanted to clarify what Tom was saying. I can understand that this needs to go to the farms group or the CNI group or whoever. I think what was being suggested was that the audit and accounts committee should have the opportunity to review whatever is produced. So it's not necessarily saying, yes, we definitely want to do it, but we just want to be able to see what is being proposed when it is finished.
I don't think there's anything further being produced. There isn't an active review, so there isn't another product that will come to this committee. I think there's clearly many different items in the action plan that this committee will continue, the audit committee will continue to have an interest in, and where there are ongoing and updated changes to policy, that's a matter for CNI. So I'm fairly clear about that, and both committees will play their appropriate role, so there'll be plenty of involvement from members.
Graham, are you happy with that?
I'd be interested in other people's views. I can see that CNI should be taking the lead. I just felt that audit and accounts need to have the opportunity to have an independent look at it if they thought that there was something that needed reviewing. And you mentioned, Chair, for example, about the 4% target. That seems quite a fundamental point to me. And there may be other issues that are raised through the work to CNI that we wish to consider. So it's just keeping the options open rather than saying it's definitely nothing to do with us.
Right. So what words would you like?
Well, the Maslow's comments do say a target date of completion should be communicated to the audit committee or other board/working group. And I would suggest that the board/working group should ensure progress, and the audit committee have the opportunity to review that progress in due course.
Dawn? Have you captured that thread?
I believe I have, yes, Chairman.
Well done. Any other comments? Well, I think this takes us to number 31.
And number 31 is a not agreed one, so I think I'm going to read it all through just so as everyone understands. Future outcome-focused reviews or equivalent service review processes should incorporate review of key processes related to income generation and/or expenditure minimization, depending on service type, to identify areas where current systems could be improved to maximize value for money achieved, and to ensure that final recommendations are fully supported by evidence. The management comment is not, it's not agreed in that form, but I think we seem to have processes that deal with it. So he then goes, regular reviews, formal, informal, are undertaken in respect of the farm's estate by officers and members. Whilst ensuring value for money is a key element of the role of the farm's estate, it is increasingly recognised that it delivers far greater financial and non-financial benefits to the council and county than immediate rental returns. Future reviews must take a fully informed and holistic approach to the significant and diverse contribution that the farm's estate makes to the council as a whole. This includes benefits ranging from areas such as climate change, economic development, and facilitating educational expansion. So I think the management comments, as I understand them, sort of broaden it out a bit, but agree with the sentiment. But and we would agree with those management comments. I think they seem very sensible.
Members? Graham?
And it always worries me when people say I'm going to undertake an informal review, because that sort of implies I'm going to think about it, have a chat with my mates, and I'm not going to write it down. I think in this instance, it's really important that things are documented. And as long as that's the case, as part of a regular review, that's fine. But if it's an informal review that there is no record subsequently kept, I think that would be unfortunate.
So your recommendation is that we delete in?
Well, no, because then you've got formal and formal. I think you would keep formal and informal in brackets, but documented or something similar.
Right.
So that it is clear.
Any further comment? Ian?
If I'm reading it correctly, and that's in the column from our consultants, really, that will be clear documentation and records and kept on file. So I was reading that as they're going to do it anyway. So
well,
I thought that covered the point. Maybe I've missed the point.
Well, that's what we think should happen. Yes, so it is covered. It is in effect covered in there. But yes.
And that was accepted by the head of property. So I think it's covered, Graham, if I'm reading the final column correctly.
Yeah, no, if you read the final column, it's definitely covered. But as Nigel's just said, that's the comment from Mazars on the management response. So if you took the management response without the Mazars comment, it doesn't actually say recorded and kept on file.
I think what I'm making is the management comments and agreeing with the record in the last column, Graham, and if you like transferring it from one column to another column. If okay, I think we all want records kept. We all want the reviews undertaken, and we want to ensure that those records are available for future reference. So would be my suggestion. Welcome Tony's view on that point, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think it just to clarify the response, the recommendation, again, I think slightly historic, refers to outcome-focused reviews, which is a corporate process across all range of services. So what we're essentially saying is we will abide by the corporate processes, which may be an outcome-focused review or some other process that the council decrees. We have ongoing reviews of either the farms estate elements of policy and so forth on an ongoing basis. In fact, we took a paper to Commercial Investment Committee earlier this month to update one of the policies which was approved. So we absolutely agree with the record keeping. We're just saying that we will follow the due corporate processes, which may or may not include an OFR. But so we fundamentally agree. I think the only other point is just to say the only bit we don't agree with is the maximising rent, and I think we've discussed that earlier in terms of the bigger picture of the farms estate.
Okay, Ian.
I think Dawn will have captured that direction of travel, Mr. Chairman. Okay,
good.
I'm sure.
Good, Councillor Maguire.
Well, it's probably been said now, Chairman, but I was just going to say in response to Graham Wilson's point, I mean, just to have it at regular reviews, and hopefully they're going to be documented. So as far as I'm concerned, they should be formal anyway. So I'm not quite sure what informal means in this context. So I'd be happy to just say regular reviews are undertaken.
Graham, do you have a thought on that?
The main issue is making sure that they are recorded and kept on file, which isn't specifically mentioned within the management response. But I think we're all nodding that that is going to happen. So as long as it happens, that's fine.
Any more for any more? Right. Well, I think that brings us to the end of 31 recommendations, and I thank everybody for their participation in that. I particularly want to thank Simon Gocher, has been the legal beagle who's been sat here ready to fire all sorts of explosive devices to stop us straying from the straight and narrow path. And he's had to sit through that and not say a thing. So I think we must have been relatively well behaved. So thank you, Simon. Nigel, I think you're not free to go yet.
No, I know. Don't worry, I'm here.
Good. But I thank you all. Okay, do we need to look at what I'm referring here to as Appendix 2, or can we just assume that everything that needs to be said has been said? I'm happy to take Appendix 2 en bloc. It allocates the actions to specific areas of work. Graham.
Well, at the risk of confusing matters and the public, when you say Appendix 2, you mean the very final pages in our bundle?
Review of County Farms Procedures and Processes Action Plan Audit Recommendation 1.
Which I don't think is hasn't yet been published.
Right, okay. Well, while we're here, does anybody have any exciting comments to make?
The only exciting comment, I'd got was that I think there are a few recommendations that aren't carried through to the final pages.
Right.
That may be deliberate because they don't specifically relate to the first recommendation, or it could be that they're just missed because they've been completed or because management.
Right. So we need to do a paranoia check of that.
Well, somebody could just answer the question: should they all be there, or is it okay that they're not? And there is some reason that I've missed about why they're not there.
I'm not sure who's the author here. I imagine it's Nigel.
Oh no, this is my document, Chair.
Oh right,
not me.
Yep.
Honest Gov, yes.
So there's very much work in progress, but we are, as I said earlier, we are reviewing all policies and processes within the farm's estate. Those extend beyond necessarily just the recommendations in this report. So it's a wide-ranging look at all our policies and procedures. Those that have been completed will not be in here precisely because they have been completed. This is the forward-looking plan, and there may be other things in here which are not necessarily directly coming out of the recommendations. So it's a live document. It's focused on the bigger picture, which includes recommendations, but goes beyond it as we look at all our processes to make sure they're aligned.
Graham?
So I think that definitely answers my questions. I think if Tony were to add that commentary at the beginning of it, because some clever so-and-so like me will go through and say 15.
You're suggesting you're a clever so-and-so.
Well, sometimes they'll say there's other words you can use, Chair. 15, 16, 17, 18 are not included, and 21 is not included. Well, a couple of them are completed, a couple of them are not agreed, but others which have been included have been completed. So there's a bit of inconsistency about that. But if it's work in progress, and it's an excellent action plan for Tony and others to monitor progress, and that's, I think, the spirit in which we should take it.
Fiona.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to check whether the committee wished for this to be put on the website along with the other document that's been published as well. I don't think that was quite clear from the beginning of the meeting.
Members?
There's no reason why it shouldn't be open to the members of the public.
I think it should, Chair.
Mac?
I was also agreeing.
Sorry, Mac.
Sorry.
Yeah, just going to say, I wasn't sure if you were following the hands up, and that the point that Fiona made is something I wanted to check, because I get the sense that Appendix 2 and the very back pages probably aren't out in the public arena at the moment, because they've got the Mazar report. But just picking up on, well, that could be considered. And I think that maybe that's the point that Fiona was making about putting it on the website. But that apart, can I just pick up on reference 4 with Tony? In the bottom, it talks about formal referral of long-term debt to legal for recovery following authorization through Councillor Goldsack, Chair of the CNCR. Can I suggest you take out Councillor Goldsack? You just simply put names of people in there because chairs can change, yeah? So just putting it through the Chair of the CNCR.
Yep.
Fine.
I'll make that amendment.
Ian, you've been waiting.
Well, it was the same point that Max just said. I think it may need just revising a little bit because we've talked about some target dates moving in whichever direction. So I think it just needs a slight adjustment, please, Tony, before it is public, Fiona. Okay, so other than that, once that has been done, I think it is content to make it public.
So it will not go on the website tonight, but it will go on the website shortly as soon as we can.
That's what I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, because we've talked about some changes of dates and that just needs to be updated. So the records, when it does go on their website, are accurate.
Fine. Members happy with that? Good. So that gets us to the end of that particular appendix with all its 31 recommendations. I've still got two hands showing, are they live or dead? Mac and Ian. Oh, Ian, right. Okay. So I think that now brings us to consider what else we can consider today. And the recommendation that has been put to councillors in an earlier meeting was that we should at this stage go into private session. I wish to get that confirmed if that is still the wish of the committee. And so I will take a vote as to whether or not we now go into private session. Are people clear as to what I've just said? And I hope it's constitutional. Right, thank you, particularly Mac. So to start with, Councillor Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we should go in private session for the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Yes, I agree to that.
Councillor Hudson.
Yes, Chair, I agree.
Councillor Wilson.
I agree, Chair.
Councillor Rogers.
I agree, Chair.
Who have I missed out?
Councillor Maguire.
Councillor, I do apologise, Mac.
Councillor Maguire agrees.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I assumed you took my tick as being an agreement.
Absolutely. And for the record, I disagree. So what we've now said is that the meeting shall go into private session. Before we do that, Gillian, do you want to just talk about what of the conversation that we have just had is going to go into the public domain either today or whenever we can in terms of minutes and so on?
Chairman, obviously you've had a detailed discussion around the recommendations and that's been out in the public domain. So we'll, for anybody, summarise that discussion for anybody who wants to understand what's happened at the meeting that's been in public so far.
Splendid. I wish all joy and happiness to the people responsible for summarising what has been a 4 or 5 hour meeting. Thank you. Right, as I see it, this has been a long and troubling project. Throughout the 2 years, I have been seeking the report's conclusions continually and trying to bring them forward. And I'm extremely grateful to the Chief Executive for using her authority to help us right at the end, when it looked as if we were going to run out of time, to help this report to be discussed by this committee rather than requiring a new committee after May to try and pick up the pieces. I was continually very frustrated as progress seemed so slow. We now know in part because the police were taking months to review the case. Also throughout, when asked, I voiced a strong preference for total public transparency, as I believe that we're here for the benefit and behest of our Cambridgeshire residents whom we are here to serve. And what I experienced was widespread press speculation and allegations of bullying and undue influence, both of which are matters which the public here have a serious interest in and would consider they have a right to know. As a result of the vote today, a major part of the project is not to be made available to the Cambridgeshire public today. Under this situation, I feel the only course open to me is to resign as chair of Audit and Accounts Committee with immediate effect. I intend to stay on the committee until the end of the administrative year. So it now falls to my vice chair, Councillor Rogers, who's been an enormous support during the time that we've been together on this committee, to continue overseeing this meeting. Thank you. Terry, I think the microphone is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. We'll speak later.
Ex-chair.
Right.
Councillor Rogers, can I just suggest that you need to formally make the resolution to exclude at this stage, please?
Sorry, you're jumping ahead of me there, Fiona. I was just formulating a few words, but okay. I'll disregard that. Don't worry about that side of it. I was just saying that we haven't actually covered the act that this requirement comes in. I was going to read that section of the papers to ensure that members of the public are aware that we are doing this in a legal matter. So with your permission, Fiona, I will read that out. And I probably will then take another vote on it because that act wasn't read out before the vote was taken. Therefore, to resolve that the press and public be excluded from the meeting on the grounds that the agenda contains exempt information under paragraphs 1, 2 and 3 of part 1 of the schedule 1, of 12A of the Local Government Act 1972 as amended, and that it would not be in the public interest for this information to be disclosed, information relating to any individual, information which is likely to reveal the identity of an individual, and information relating to the financial or business affairs of any particular person, including the authority holding that information. I know we've done this before, but now that the Act has been read out, I will now ask each member in turn if they agree with the recommendation. Please unmute your microphone, obviously, to respond. Having the Act being read out formally, Councillor Ian Bates.
Agreed, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Peter Hudson.
Agreed, Chair.
Councillor Matt Maguire.
Agreed.
Councillor Terry Rogers. Agreed. Councillor John Williams.
Agree reluctantly.
Councillor Graham Wilson.
Agreed.
Thank you. And Councillor Mike Sherrings.
Disagree.
Thank you. That was majority vote in favour against the recommendation.
Of the recommendation, Chairman. In favour of the recommendation.
In favour of the recommendation. Do apologise. It's getting in my act together. I do apologise for that. Dawn, would you please report on the outcome of that vote?
Yes, Chairman, that was 6 members in favour, 1 against, so it's majority in favour.
Thank you very much, Dawn. As the committee has resolved to move into private session, I'll just move my bits and pieces around so that I'm addressing the people as well as my actual notes. We will now close the public part of the meeting and stop the live streaming via YouTube. However, I would like to inform those members of the public and press watching this stream that the committee will consider what further or material contained in the report should be placed in the public domain. So this isn't the end of the story, members of the public and press. We might decide as a committee that further information might be laid before you in due course. On that part then, can I thank all those members of the public and press who have been watching, and I wish you now bon voyage.